Good afternoon, morning, evening, middle of the night to chess fans around the world. We are the Senseis, and we're here to just hang out with all of you and watch our favorite show, which is the Candidates Chess Tournament.
Let's go. Round 9.
Yeah.
Okay, Coaster David, let me ask you if you solved this technical problem. So when I go on Chess.com and I'm seeing like all four boards at once, is there a way to get rid of the eval bar on the right-hand side? Or is it
The only
just like forget
suggestion
about it?
that I thought made sense yesterday is you can like move your browser to the edge of your screen and just block that side off.
All right, let me see. But then, okay.
Then it might be hard to switch between the games.
Right. Then when I touch it though, like it's gonna make the screen smaller and then I make a jadoo with the screen. Let's see what we're talking about here. This is hairball. That's really annoying. Just come.
Yeah, maybe at the next like town hall meeting that Danny throws, we can throw that in as a question. Like just give us a view, like a no engine view. You just click this and then there's no bars on the screen.
Actually, guys, one of my students sent me a script, a Tamper Monkey script, and I don't know how to do that, but he says if you run that thing, it'll hide eval bars everywhere on the event page and the Twitch stream. Just it'll block them all. It's like a nuke or like a targeted virus.
Yeah, I don't know how scripts work. I'd be willing to try that though. Like that sounds like I heard other people saying that. It sounded too complicated for me.
Yeah.
I
I'll have
wasn't
to ask him, like, how does one use this thing? But
The other thing that I'm hoping for is that we can get that like a version of that Wayne Beam thing where we can all put in our take on the position and then get some like dojo average. And I think especially in the next couple rounds, we're going to start getting like the game. There's going to be like the game. Uh, yeah. Whereas here, I feel like all of the games matter today, right? But in a couple rounds, it's just going to be one or two people that will be the game, and then we can just focus in on that one.
Yeah.
yep.
Speaking of predictions, I got depending on who you're rooting for, good or bad feeling that Fallujah is going to take Nepo out today. Like Fallujah's been such a wild card so far, and like he's
Uh-huh.
got white, and Nepo has been like in a little bit of trouble. And if his opponents have been a little bit more like tactical, like Fallujah, they maybe would have been able to put him away.
Interesting. Yeah.
Um,
Did Faruja's blitz games look particularly good overnight, or where does the prediction come from?
This game's
yeah,
so
it's just a
good.
prediction.
No, I definitely think he's gonna throw some bombs. He always does. He
Kostya
always does.
bet
It's like,
Kostya bet on Gukesh with black yesterday.
That's true.
Like he
wow.
bet his hard-earned dojo money, like probably 10 streams
Yeah.
worth of earnings.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
dude.
a great
Well,
bet. That was an amazing game by Gukesh.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I think by the way, I so it was a really you guys probably saw it, but I'll just tell everybody listening, really interesting interview from Fabi about or excuse me, Naka about his game with Fabi. And he was talking about how Fabi made several decisions that felt like he felt he really had to go for it. And then Fabi's really in the pressure zone today where, we can talk smack about Abasov all we like, but beating him as black, not so easy, especially if Abasov will probably go turtle shell and Tauschmaschine,
Yeah,
not gonna be
knowing that Fabi is going to come after him, right?
exactly.
That's exactly the strategy he should take.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, he's the only guy Fabi's beaten in this entire tournament. So, I mean, if that well dries up, Fabi might as well pack it up. I mean, he's got to be able to beat him.
No, it's
Okay, so we're starting. Abasov played D4, D5, C4.
All right, let's
and
see it.
Ferrugia went knight F3.
You never know. You never know, boss.
You
You never know what you're gonna get.
Oh, knight f3 is a fighting move. D5. Oh, go e3, Faruja. Please, go e3. Oh, what is it? E3. B3. Okay, close enough.
Oh my
Close enough.
God.
Dude, he's going for e3 poison. Let's go.
Oh, maybe Fabi's gonna teach me something here.
I love how we're all four of us watching, all three of us watching. Wow, it felt like there were four of us. All three of us watching different games. Fabi's playing a bishop b4, queen's gambit declined.
I mean, usually you play knight, you know, you could play a Rogozin. So, but the question for me with this move order is there a special trick? So, for example, knight f3, knight f6 would just give us a Rogozin. So, or does Fabi have some special sows, some kind of special
Well,
DC thing?
I think the drawback of this is supposed to be that in some cases white can put the knight on e2 and neutralize all the typical Rogozin pressure.
Yeah.
So I feel like the critical line is like maybe like CD and queen c2 or queen c2 without taking on d5.
All right, before we get into a bunch of variations, folks, let's go board by board and just get some bold predictions out. So I'm starting
All
with
right.
Vidit against Naka.
Okay,
Naka's
this game
trying to give Vidit
I got money
flashbacks of
on.
yesterday.
This game I got Naka here as black. Oh, h6. Oh man, that's dark.
Yeah,
That's dark.
He's corrupting the youth with H6, dude. And so
yeah,
if my memory serves, like Gukesh against Vidit, Vidit has two whites in a row,
yeah.
played this H6, A6 thing.
Yeah, he played A6 first even, which was really,
Yeah. So now Naka's gonna mess with him.
yeah. I'm gonna predict
It
a
has
draw.
like it has like mm, it has like lion intentions, you know, this stupid black lion thing
Yeah.
that Ginger GM corrupted the world with. But it has that kind of intentions, I think. Okay, so yeah, Naka's. It's interesting. It was really interesting. The inter well, he had an interview and then he did like his recap,
Yeah.
and it was really interesting where he's talking about how Fabi he felt is under pressure, and he's not. He's just hanging out, making the content. You know, no pressure here, just having fun. But he is messing with people, and he's got like a kind of this weird poker playing mentality of messing with people and reading people. That's a little foreign to me, but it's kind of fascinating. Kind of like he was, yeah, he was reading people in like Fabi in a way, kind of like the way Eugene was talking to us yesterday.
Right.
Um, yeah.
Yeah. So
So
I was watching
wait.
Geary doing commentary yesterday
Hmm.
on the chess.com show, and he was talking about how Vidit was like tanking for 20 minutes against Gukesh's like a6 and h6 stuff.
Right.
And he was saying that Vidit is like likely trying to sort through the nuances of the position, like trying to figure out the move order and how to get the exact setup he wanted. And from Gary's point of view, is like just a total waste of time because he was saying like, look, you're not going to figure it out over the board. So just
Okay.
make some natural moves and see what happens. Just like
Hmm.
let him show you the point. Don't try to figure out the point. Just play a4, whatever. Let him show you. And I thought that was quite quite practical from
Yes,
Gary.
yes. So Jesse,
Oh.
who do you have on this board? Vidit versus Naka.
No, I think it's going to be a big fight, dude.
Yeah.
I think Naka, you know, is in good form right now. Vidit doesn't feel great. And so, and given that this position is now, I would call equal or just interesting, I
Mhm.
like Naka's chances. It's such a weird dude for me to figure out. And he played G5. He's going full lion.
Good God.
He's gone full lion,
All
dude.
right. Well, especially after seeing this move, I'm going to stick with my prediction of a draw.
What do you mean?
Let's go to the next board.
By the way, this
I'm
G5
taking
thing,
Naka.
it's
Naka.
it's not as ridiculous as it might look, dude. It really, I know the ancients are crying when they see G5,
Hmm.
but it is definitely playable. Okay,
Okay.
you want to just go fire round though through
Yeah,
all
I
the
just want
games?
to fire around and get some
Yeah,
predictions out
yeah, yeah,
there.
yeah.
I'm going to be more professional with my predictions today. Gukesh
Full
versus
trust.
Prague.
Oh man, D3 again, huh? Flavor of the tournament.
Hmm.
Gukesh is winning this one, buddy. Gukesh is
Correct.
in good form. He's going to
Correct.
take the lead after this round.
This
Over
this
Prague?
is going to be a win. I've got a reason for it too, but let's hear Costa's prediction first.
I'll take a draw.
Take a draw.
Yeah. The
It's
boys
almost
ain't gonna hurt each other.
almost always the right prediction, but they hurt each other last time, and I
Yeah,
think
that was early in the tournament. Now it's too late.
I think that there's a chance that Prague is such a nice guy that
Uh-huh.
somehow he's going to pull his punches just a tiny bit. Like there's going to be a part of him that's kind of hoping that Gukesh wins the tournament at this point. And he might just play a little
Ooh.
bit weaker by accident,
Wait,
not on
but
purpose.
don't
Not
don't
on
push the
purpose.
conspiracies.
Yeah,
It's
don't push
not
the
a conspiracy.
bud.
It's just something from my own time when I was this young. I played worse against my friends, or I played worse when, like for example, I got paired once with John Donaldson when he needed to win for a GM norm. I didn't throw the game. I just played like an idiot. I couldn't help it. Like I sort of
That's fair.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, Prague seems generally like completely impassive and like just business, 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 play the games. But Gukesh has white. He's coming off a fantastic game yesterday, and then I think Prague might just like not bring the full fire.
Okay, but also Prague is half a point behind, so his tournament's not exactly over.
Yeah, that's true. But it will be after. Okay. Um, Faruja versus Nepo. Jesse already predicted a win for Faruja.
No, that was Kostya.
Kosya already predicted a
I
win
have-
That was
for
my
Faruja.
bold prediction before I even saw knight f3, b3, and now I'm feeling even stronger about this prediction.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people will be. I mean, both of them are out of mostly just playing chess at this point.
I'll predict a
Yeah.
draw.
So I'm gonna say a draw actually with Farouj and Jan, even though both will want to win
Yep.
badly.
All right. Abbasov versus Fabi.
Fabi's winning this one, buddy.
Same.
I like his open. I like the opening already. It's very imbalanced. Fabi has a couple ideas of how to play this position, and the A3 move was maybe fine, but exactly what Fabi wants.
Oh yeah. Give me a tempo, right? Give me a tempo.
I was a little, and maybe here we should just pause for a second to think about it. I was a little surprised the way it went down, especially with the move C6 from Black.
Yeah.
So
Weird move.
It's a very specific choice. I'm with you guys though. I think, well, Fabi has to win this game, so I'm I'm going for it.
So
He
he'll make
has
it
to.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah. But
So-
no, definitely.
let me just say a couple of general things, and then maybe you guys can help me understand C6. So usually here for white, right? White wants to play something like bishop D3, knight E2, F3, castles, and the line C5 is very well known. You could also play, and there's so many things you could do. And now Abbasov pretty quickly playing A4. So I don't understand C6. I just want to put it out there.
Yeah.
I don't get it, man.
Yeah. Me neither.
I'm
That's
sure there is thoughts going on in Fabi's head, but I don't.
I feel like one idea is like b6 and bishop a6.
uh-huh.
I think c6 kind of supports that.
And supposing you just played B6 last move.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but maybe there's something with like queen a4 check, and let's say on b6 white took on d5, and then black has to castle before they can get bishop a6 in. I don't really know. I'm
Yeah.
total guess.
Yeah. Okay.
In my just gut of this position, even though I don't understand C6, A4 generally not it. Generally
Really?
not it.
To me, it looks so natural if black is committed to c6.
White needs to bring out his dudes.
Yeah. It's a lot of pawn moves. And
That's
some
right.
of them
I
are
think
heading up
maybe
the board one step at a time.
Maybe Abbasov was thinking too that like if I play bishop D3, then Fabi's gonna like DC and B5 me. But I don't understand C6. Nolo and Nintendo, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No Nintendo.
Yeah, no Nintendo. Guys, should we pick like a game to focus on more today and start moving in that direction?
Perugia.
Oh, I was gonna say this game, but I mean, I think we're gonna have several interesting games today. So,
Hmm.
um,
That I the so the problem with even trying to do that is that we would each pick a different game already.
this one to me is like the most strategically interesting right now for me, just because I don't get it.
Oh, yeah, based on the opening position.
Yeah.
To me, the critical game for the tournament, and hence the one that's going to drive the most excitement and grow the game the most,
You want
if
Bucharest
we
Prague.
if we stream it and uphold our responsibility as commentators, is
Yeah.
Gukesh versus Prague. The
That's
reason
funny, dude. No, dude, it's Ferruccia versus Nepo.
the
You know,
reason
if
being
Ghost is right and he wins, oh my God.
the reason being that if Gukesh wins that game, he's going to go into sole leads. You're supposed to watch the person who's winning the tournament win their game.
Blah blah blah. Naka played H6 G5. Like that's also a
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
fascinating position.
No, that's a I yeah, right now it's this one and the Naga game that I got big questions
Uh
on.
huh.
Okay, let me
Fair
just tell
enough.
you guys a story about the lion. Okay, so a lion is usually a slightly different move order. And I had a student who was about 1800. He was trying to make 2000. And we did a lot of work together trying to get 2000. Very rough journey. Anyways, he got corrupted by a Ginger GM video. And so slightly different move order, but basically the same idea to do this violence. And it's very interesting. But let me just say a couple things maybe about that position. So, one practical problem that Black has with playing G5 is how do you get the queen side coconuts into the game? So, like the queen on D8, the rook on A8, etc. Now, in the lion version, the bishop goes to E7, but the bishop on G7 is definitely, I think, better placed.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and a goal for Black here is going to be to play knight E7, knight G6, and then start the party. So it's a very fun position for Black, but I want to stress like the Black, it's not just the Black king, it's the coordination in the back line. So in the like the rooks getting connected is a problem, and then it's like that uh, long-term practical issue of the king position and the rooks connecting that is Black's problem. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be fun, man. This is gonna be a great round, dude.
Yeah.
Great round. And
This whole
yeah.
tournament's just been
Oh, dude.
beautiful.
Magnus talking smack about how classical chess is done, blah, blah, blah. Give me a Breakovich.
Yeah.
This tournament has shown that what classical chess is generally missing throughout the year is any kind of real stakes.
Mm-hmm.
Because
That's
everyone gets paid
that's
as long
Jesse's
as they
stick.
keep their rating. I'm totally on board. 100% sold.
The other thing that's missing is getting the younger players into the tournaments more and getting rid of the old draw monkeys.
Raw monkeys,
The old
dude.
draw monkeys. You know who I mean. I'm not going to name their names, right? Let me just not name their names for once. But
Retire the Tausch machines.
it's so nice that some people aren't at this tournament, and instead you've got these three Indian players who just go for it every game with white and with black. Every like 10 games in a row. They're never like, "Oh, we had 2 rounds in a row without a rest day." They don't mean 2 rounds in a day, Americans. No, we had 2 days in a row where we had a game to play with no rest day in between. So, of course, we have to take matters into our own hands and do the Queen E4 D4 Berlin thing. It's the only way to stay alive. That doesn't make chess look like a sport.
Bruce, can we briefly go back? I'm gonna give you guys an update on the opening of this Caruana game. So I just, pulled up the database here. And so it's really interesting actually. So Gukesh and others played C6. So it's clearly like a computer move. Caruana himself has played A4. Caruana himself, and then loads of strong players castled,
Mm-hmm.
right?
A4 in this position, Jesse?
The one, no, boss.
No,
We're talking about the Caruana game. You're in the wrong game,
Caruana
buddy.
game. Okay. But that's Abbasov who played A4, and you're saying that Caruana had this position as white.
And played A4 himself.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And so this is actually to me it's surprising because I still don't understand C6. And actually, here would be an interesting point of me like, I'm not. If I was going to turn on spacebar for anything, it would be like some weird opening move because I know they have also seen the spacebar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spacebar, actually, I should clarify. When you're using chess base and you have like the engine on and you hit spacebar, it'll just make automatically whatever the top engine move is. So that's GM talk.
Yeah.
We did that in the chess house with Josh Riddell. We
Yeah.
call that spacebar. You're just hitting what the engine said. Anyways, there is the one case I'd be like, okay, because if I turn on the engine, I can kind of see like what Fabi has seen, you know.
Mm-hmm.
In any case,
But it
Bishop
might
D3.
be pretty far down the line, right? Like you might have to chase the answer.
I might have to chase the answer.
Fabi may have gone pretty deep.
So Bishop D3 is not the main move, though
Okay.
it's totally logical, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And here, there's, you mentioned B6, totally playable, but
Mm-hmm.
also Bluebaum, who is a big time German theoretician, played E5 here for black.
Ooh.
Just
Oh
like,
yeah, I can
just like let's start the party,
I can
buddy.
explain. If white takes the pawn, black
Mhm.
takes the pawn, hitting the bishop. And if
Yep.
bishop takes c4, queen d1, king d1, knight g4, and white's in shambles.
It's shambles, dude. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a cool trick. I've seen it in the Nimzo before. I guess if you're looking for some weird e5 break, c6 coordinates with that. What would have been the main move instead of bishop d3, Jesse? To me, like knight f3 and bishop a3 are the moves that would have been on my radar as white.
Caruana himself played knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
Tomaszewski and Navarro played bishop a3,
Yeah,
and a couple chumps played a5.
that's really. They were just like memeing. It was their version of the Bond Cloud or whatever. They're like, how many consecutive moves can I start the game with just pawns, and then at some moment
Uh-huh.
start using my pieces and still win the game?
Yeah. So,
Special
and
challenge.
loads strong players have done this setup here. We got Bluebaum, Anton Giaro, Maksudlu. So definitely like a topical position. Okay. So I'm hoping Fabi plays E5, man. Then we're gonna have a game. Well, we already have a game. Even
Mm-hmm.
B6 is gonna give Fabi a really good, let's say, just a rich position.
Yeah.
Rich position.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Um, and what and Fabi wins the opening battle. And this is a little bit more like the Fabi of old, man. It was kind of, to me, this is weird still, but even though it's been played a bunch.
It's a bummer he gets two blacks in a row, especially after that last game. Oh man,
Well,
tough one.
it's in a way it's kind of great because if he wins this game, um, he's back in the hunt.
Mm-hmm.
One hilarious thing that Magnus said about Fabi, is Fabi was doing all these great opening novelties that were kind of out there and sometimes unsound. And he said that really the way he figured it out was somebody on his team just put a lot of the positions into Leela, and Leela is like a notoriously dynamic engine. And
Mhm.
it was all of Fabi's novelties were Leela moves, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Lena brought some cool ideas to chess. It would just take a position and like challenge Stockfish's assessment. It was like, no, you know what, Stockfish? This position is not +1. It's plus +0.2. What do you think about that? Huh? What do you think about that? And then, you're just kind of sitting there and you're like, yeah, I don't know who's right. If I play against either engine, I'll lose. So I don't know who has the right evaluation.
Patrick
Yeah.
Daly thinks that Prague's novelties come from Contemptla, Leela with contempt set.
Interesting.
Okay, so let's click around a little bit. Faruja and Nepo. The important thing to know here is that Faruja's lost 3 out of 3 games against Nepo at the candidates tournaments up till now. This is basically
He's
basically
due.
why Nepo wins the candidates tournament here. Half the reason is Faruja.
Single-handedly. Now he is due. Okay, but now it's time to strike in the center.
In this
So
tournament, Faruja even beat Gukesh for him, so it's really like, yeah.
yeah, he's Team Nepo.
Chat's curious if Faruja's ever going to go venture all the way to the 4th rank this game.
Well, I think the fact that he's thinking here means to me it looks like he's considering E3. Preparing eventually C4, eventually.
We got to say, fabulous prep by Faruja on move 6 to be like thinking super hard after Nepo plays really obvious moves. We can tell that Faruja spent a lot of time slapping spacebar.
Yeah, I think he got exactly what he wanted.
Okay.
Here's a statistical way of talking about how open this tournament is. Still
Yeah.
wide open. So chess numbers, this is what he says. He says, before this round, we got Naka at 24%, Gukesh 27, Prague 11, Jan 26. I would have guessed higher for Jan. In any case, Jan 26, Fabi at 10. Well, that's like wide open, dude. That means this tournament's like wide open. It's only Faruja 0.2, Abasov 0%. Other than that, and Vidit at 0.5. So 5 people with legitimate chances at winning this tournament.
10% or more for 5 people, huh?
Yeah. And it's pretty hectic. Like it's saying if Jan wins today, he goes up to 44%. If Hikaru wins today, he goes up to 41%. It's pretty hot.
Wait, Hikaru's up to 41% chance for the tournament if he wins today?
If he wins today, yeah.
But what if the people ahead of him also win?
That the stats can't talk about that until the round's over.
Okay. Oh, so that's as if the results of the other games are in question, right? So like maybe they draw, maybe they win, maybe they lose, kind of. Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's saying if Jan wins today, that he only goes up to 44, and I would be like, yeah, he wins today, man. Tournament over, man.
Yeah.
Tournament over, bro.
Well, 44% is pretty good given how open it is right now.
Yeah.
I mean, even if he wins today, there's likely to be somebody within half a point of him, right? Decent chance. And a half-point lead is not enough to say it's over, right? But he will have, 3 whites to play out of the 5 remaining games, right? So he will definitely be in good position.
Ross the boss. Hello.
I feel like we're on the wrong board, honestly. So
Okay.
You guys want to go to the improved lion, or should we actually go to the game of the 2 young lions?
Now let me just ask you, I can tell you just have full contempt with the improved lion, right?
Yeah.
Full contempt.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you're an old timer, dude. It's
I'm an
hard
old-timer.
it's hard to appreciate,
Yeah.
these youngins and these moves that they do.
Yeah.
I think the lion is a great setup here. We got a maneuvering game, and if we get our knight into F4, we're doing all right.
I would probably
So
play,
already, like, you could talk to me like that, yeah.
I would play knight c4 to e3, I think.
You
It's
could
good to
also
see
play.
Naka playing the King's Indian again, I gotta say.
You could also play d4 to inhibit knight e7.
Right, try to prevent the big maneuver for black. The problem is d4, g4 is a possible pawn sack, right?
Good point. Yeah. Uh, yeah, and Naga was making some really interesting takes on Fabi's position and like the because we like being down on the clock and the difference in this tournament to normally when you got 30 seconds, right? And already like Vidit has had time trouble this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And these seconds that he's wasting here, kind of like we were talking about where he wasted it against Gukesh too.
Yeah.
So Naka's probably got a feel for that. He's like, yeah, he doesn't know. It's just chess.
Yeah.
And you could take forever here. Something that my coach KGB is always telling me too is like, if you find yourself in some position you don't understand, do not try to figure it out over the board. Right? Just don't do it, boss. I know you want to be a genius, and I know you're a very special snowflake, but do not try to figure it out over the board. It is not going to go well. Just play normal moves.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, who did this channel points prediction? Which game evaluates plus 1.5 or minus 1 point? We don't want to know that. What is this?
What is this one doing?
I don't know.
Which game? Oh, okay. That
What
just
if our
means
mod's
who's
gone
got a
rogue?
winning. I don't know. Beloved bookkeeper, thank you for subscribing. By the way, you guys, we are looking a little bit at the women's tournament, but mostly we're focused on this one. If you interested in some really great coverage, check out BKK Chess on YouTube, and she is doing really good round by round synopses of the women's event.
Yeah. And beloved bookkeeper, tell us, since you're paying such close attention to it, do you think that Lei is going to win her 4th game in a row today? And, or do you think that Lei is going to win the tournament?
BBK Chess, I'm sorry. BBK Chess, yeah.
I can't believe Tan didn't repeat yesterday. Like just looking at how that game progressed. And Eugene called it immediately. He was like, she's crazy, like for not making the draw there. He evaluated that position like a pro.
Mm-hmm.
So, David, you're right, dude. Knight C4 is played.
Yep. Yep. I'm a commentator today.
Commentator today. It'd be interesting to play guess the move here. I still think 97 makes a lot of sense. Maybe there's another move though. If we see 97, 93, that's some real, I mean, yeah, I think that's the issue for black is like after 97, 93, what's next, bud? What's next?
Yeah. To me, bringing this knight to e3 is very nice. Very, very nice.
Well, let's just talk about that he played bishop b6 about Pruse's thing here because it's an old timers thing. And so it's like the old timers really, really didn't like a square f5 being open. The computer often doesn't care. And so David's like, I'm going to put that knight on e3, buddy, and you're going to pay.
Yeah.
You're going to pay, buddy.
Pay for your crimes. When I see chess crimes, Jesse, you know I'm much more upset than when I see crimes in the real world. In the real world, I'm kind of like, relax on the punishment. It doesn't have to be too draconian. But on the chessboard, it's like, no, we got to occupy that square. And this person needs to know that they cannot play chess like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bishop, so I'm assuming if like 93, we could do several things actually after 93. We could consider queen d7, d5. Mm-hmm.
D5, huh?
Yeah.
Grady Pants. Murder a person? Understandable. Murder a color complex? Life in prison!
By the way, my noob understanding of Gukesh Prague is that Prague is just fine. Just fine.
Well, yeah, it's move
Yeah.
8. Pretty much everybody's just fine except maybe the Black Lion. But
How is it the two kids that are playing a Berlin and everyone else has like it's like, oh, Bobby went E5. Ooh, spicy.
true.
We knew he was going to go E5 just from the database. And yeah, that's it, buddy. And I really don't think Abbasov has seen this before. And I think like Bishop B3, E5 black, it's probably equal. However, from a practical perspective, of course, I'd rather be black here. Just of course I want to be black in this position.
Mm.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear you, but I'm such a Bishop's fiend that I don't believe you. But I hear you.
I don't believe it. I'm a development fiend, and White's got a couple question mitos about their development over here.
Yeah.
Here's what I would play for White. I would play CD5, CD5, 92.
I can check what the people played here. So, 53. Bluebaum had this a couple of times. Grachev, dude. Grachev had it as White. So yeah, strong players. Basically, everybody took on E5, and we got the variation with DC4.
Aye, aye, aye. Oh, one thing you could do there as White is play Bishop E2. You don't have to keep going down the line I showed earlier. So after D takes C4.
That's what this GM Muradli played.
Yeah. You go
But it's
Bishop
definitely
E2.
nothing special for White.
No.
He took on D1.
Yeah. Bishop takes. And then Black could even go Knight D5 is playable as well.
And then here you played 90, Bluebaum played 94. This is a rapid game last year.
94, okay.
That's an interesting position.
Yeah.
Oh, Chess Games is saying Salimova played the actual black line. Full line. That's hilarious.
Yeah, you guys want to see it? I can show it to you. Actually, I have the game open somewhere probably. Yep, I had it open because I expected. Whoa! I think Lei was not giving her time to play G5.
Welcome to the dojo. No, this is a known thing, dude. This is a known
Yeah,
thing.
I like this line. Wait, can we see the move order? Is it 5 Rook G1?
It is. Knight F3, Knight B7, Rook G1.
Yeah, that's a good line. That's a good line.
C6, Yar! H6, continuing to Yar.
Right, and this was actually Shirov played this against the lion. This is Shirov's anti-lion.
But didn't he first play G4 without Rook G1? Like
Exactly,
G4,
exactly.
Knight
So we're
F6, Rook
transposing to
G1,
that.
Knight F6, Bishop C4 just as a gambit. Just true. But I suppose if he plays G4 and somebody plays H6, he may have played Rook G1 in that kind of a position at some point.
And the move that I like against G4 is actually G6, and that was played by, I think Aronian. I'm pretty sure Aronian played G6 after G4. And that's an interesting line.
Yeah.
And something, let's see, it's kind of similar, right, in the game. Yeah, this is what happens when you teach people who are playing the line. You actually end up learning a lot.
Yeah. Blue Delph says if White needs to play moves like this to stop Black from playing H6 and G5, that shows how strong the actual opening is.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Actually, was this Jesse's endgame repertoire was the move order that Salimova used? Even Jesse, you asked about, was it, or Kosti was asking, was it 5 Rook G1 or whatever? But if we go even further back in the tape,
Yeah.
Lei missed her chance to play DE5, Queen D8 and get like a real Jesse position that you like from the black side, obviously. But
Yeah, I think that endgame's okay for Black.
yeah, but I love to play that position. Oh man, From now on, if somebody lets me trade queens, they better believe it's happening. Did Gukesh win yet? Nobody's won yet. Nobody's won yet. But he's won the battle for your heart, and that might be just as important.
So here, let me bring something up, get your guys' opinion on it. So I have a friend who's living in Germany, in Berlin, a friend from back in the day when I lived there, and he sent me this article from the Frankfurter Allgemeine about Nepo. And we've kind of been talking about this before, but anyways, so Nepo is against the war in Ukraine, took a lot of heat for it.
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, like after that came out, it was like a lot of suddenly in the Russian media, he was like, oh, he's Jewish, and be like, it was like right at the same time. I don't think Nepo even grew up knowing he was Jewish, but then like the Russian media like got on that, oh, he's a Jewish, he should go to Israel or something like that. Anyways, but even though he's anti-war, he is taking loads of cash from this dude who is one of the richest people in Russia. And it's like a mining dude, right? That's how those oligarchs get their money from, just mining everything to death over there. They got natural resources. That's why they have some money in Russia. And like he did like a simultaneous exhibition in one of the guy's mine shafts and stuff. And the dude wants, of course, to have a Russian world champion again. And then, the article's pissed as well because Gustafsson and Leko, who both live, obviously Gustafsson's German and Leko's been living in Germany forever. The article's pissed because those guys are on Nepo's team.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's a funny situation because on a certain level, I'm like, this guy has balls of steel to say anything against the war or Putin. Just balls of steel, because people are dying, dude. You say something against Putin, you could just wind up disappearing.
Right, especially if you spend your time in mine shafts. Right now.
Especially if you're in a mine shaft, dude. It might not end well.
Yeah.
It might not end well, dude. Anyways, so I don't know if you guys have thoughts on that one. It's a real interesting thing. Because Nepo's actually grown on me in the last couple years, especially since he got rid of his man bun. But this whole situation, man, it's not going to go away.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's like to be in that situation where you're offered money from an unsavory place.
Has nobody ever offered you money, Kostya?
Not like a mafia person. And then what if it's like an issue if you reject the money? Like, what if that's a problem? So yeah, it's really hard for me to judge a chess player, and I feel like, yeah, Nepo should just be allowed to play chess because that's what he's good at.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know enough about the sponsorship and stuff to have an opinion about it, Like, I don't know how good or bad the dude is and how much money he's giving Nepo, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, from one perspective, if somebody really evil came up to you, Jesse, and was like, I'm going to give you all my money. Just keep streaming chess on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why wouldn't you take the dude's money? The world's better off if he's such a bad dude, the world's better off if he doesn't have all that money, right?
Yeah, on the other hand, like he's giving you money for an aim that dude is interested in. And in this case, you might, Nepo obviously has the same objective to be,
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's weird, man. Like a lot of people have trouble with Singfield's politics, right? And have I taken money or done stuff in St. Louis? Sure, and Kostya too. And
Well, then you're already in the same boat as Nepo. I mean,
I think it's a different level.
There's no more imagining to say.
I think it's a different level, but
No.
it is. There's it's definitely a different level.
It's I mean, it's like shades of gray that we're not qualified to say which is what shade, but it's the same It's close enough that you should understand the situation.
Hmm. Yeah, I actually, it's just in regards to Singfield, I will say I don't actually have a problem with the dude because I know I've talked enough with him to know exactly where he's coming from politically, and it's not, even though people might disagree with his politics, it's not actually from a terrible place that he's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I don't know how to think about it. I just threw that out there.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to think about it either. Salamova doesn't seem to know what to think of this either. Do you guys have any suggestions for Black before we move to another game, or anyway, chess?
It's just going to be a mess, dude. That's just going to be a mess.
Um,
I think I didn't like H6 as it was, but I'm sure you could play this way.
yeah, Chess Games was saying like ED4 and 95 is what Black is supposed to do in this position. But in my experience, these positions are very hard for Black, and so if Salimova doesn't have a ton of experience, then I'm guessing the game is just gonna leave charted waters like super fast, and it's just gonna be a absolute mess. That's what I would expect from
Yeah.
this position.
Yeah, to me
How
this looks
about
super, super complicated from here because in theory the move G5 wins strategically. So obviously Black has some intention to fight back tactically against that move, and it could be something as crazy as, HG, Queen B6, and then when you take the knight, Queen D4, it could be anything. It could be the knight goes to G4, and then when you play F3, it goes into H2. I mean, really, it's very hard to guess all the tactics around this. Oh, look at that! Chess Games just said Queen B6 in some line with a piece hanging. So if you wanted a move that was like, so white with H4 is trying to play G5 and win the fight over the E4 square, right? So if you wanted to make G4 and H4 irrelevant, the move for Black would be D5. That's the strategically sort of called for move. Whereas this like E takes D4, knight takes D4, knight E5 is going for dynamic tactics, right? As a way of dodging around white's play.
Here's a great quote I like from Gritty Pants. Liko and Gusti, this is Gustafsson, are deep in the mine shaft, whereas Kosi and Jesse were only exploring the geology. See, David? It's different, buddy.
Okay. I said I don't really know, but
Hilarious. We got Lenderman in the waiting room, David.
oh, cool. Should I write him a name tag or just bring him in? Why don't you guys carry things for a second while I rearrange your faces?
Why don't you take us to Faruja? I want to ask Kosia's opinion on this latest maneuver here.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
You're on it.
So this, if you just imagine the knight back on F3, this is a position with reverse colors that you can get as a King's Indian player against the London.
Right.
And the interesting thing here is if you play E5 as if white, it's like a strategic mistake, in my opinion, because then you're going to get a French structure where the French bishop is on H7 and not on C8. So with that bishop on H7, it's like looking into the white position, plus it's a really good defender. And if you play E5, you kind of need to mate Black at that point. So knight E5 is obviously not playing E5. And does white have anything here at all? I don't think so. But I also think it's fundamentally equal. Interestingly, too, Firouzja could have won the bishop pair with an earlier knight H4, but decided against that, which would have been created a more spicy situation. And now with knight E5, he's not throwing any bombs yet. We're just playing chess. We're just playing chess.
Yeah, I love that he went for the King's Indians. We got 2 King's Indians this round. People are it's starting to heat up. Looks like we have Alex. Hello, Alex.
Oh, hi. How are you? How are you? Good to see you
Doing
again.
good. You as well. Thank you for joining the commentary.
Yeah,
Um,
my pleasure. Yeah, no, last time we got cut a little bit short, and I said some maybe unnecessary things, but yeah, now looking forward to talking only about chess.
that was great.
Oh,
This is
we say
the best
unnecessary
show.
things all the time, dude. Yeah, no
Mm-hmm.
problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's part of our thing.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, we all do sometimes. Yeah.
So
Uh,
yeah, I like what Faruja's doing, Jesse. I feel like this is a pretty solid way. Like Black has many ways of playing like the King's Indian against the London system, and this is I think
Mhm.
one of the more solid setups. But obviously he's up a tempo and you got E4 in at 95.
Mhm. Yeah, I think if White's going to make a claim about anything, it's to say that the bishop on H7 is a little bit out of the game. You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's not a lot, just a little something, something. Um, yeah. But beyond that, it's really unclear. Like, as long as we don't, if we will do something with the knight on C6, what exactly White would do, unclear.
yeah, this system reminds me a little bit of this game that my coach at that time, Georgi Kachishvili, showed me, where he outplayed Denis Shmelov in the U.S. Chess League. Where there's also that structure, and Black had that bishop on H7, and Shmelov made an instructive mistake that he was trading off queens and simplifying, and that allowed White to put more pressure, get initiative on the queen side. So I think that's why what Black played with c5, knight c6 makes sense, because the point is, because the Black has a restricted piece on the king side, the bishop on h7, White will want to try to play on the queen side, get initiative on the opposite side, right? Because then that bishop on h7 isn't really as much of a factor. But because Black fights for initiative with c5, knight c6, I'm guessing this is a good strategy by Nepo to counter this strategy that White has. Because if you Black is not careful, they can get outplayed in this setup very easily.
Yeah, for sure.
Makes
Why
sense.
don't we show
Makes
Alex
sense.
the lion thing and just get his take on whether he feels chess crimes like David have been committed or he's just totally happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
Which game is that? The one in the women's or something?
No, this is Vidit against Naka.
We did Maka. Okay, let's see.
It's not a pure lion. It's like a
Oh,
modified lion, an accelerated lion.
because I thought I saw exactly a line in the women's
Yeah,
tournament.
There was an
exactly.
That's
attempted
why.
lion in the women's. Yeah, Black played
Empty
h6,
line.
but
Mhm.
Attempted lion.
but before they could play g5, White played g4 and h4 themselves. So
Right. Black
Mhm.
Lion declined.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
Okay. I
White
thought
just
line is
launched
like
like this.
e4, d6, knight d4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f3, knight d7. I thought that's what's considered the black line. Or I forget how exactly it's called. Like Leiting G against Salimova
Yeah.
Nurgul, right? Like that was,
Mm-hmm.
I thought this is what's called the line.
Okay.
And White played the Rook G1 line against it. I mean, there's even a chessable course on it. The reason I know is because I have some students and friends who play it. So
Your students have also been corrupted, as Jesse would say.
I I mean, I don't know. I've played it here and there. I played it against Wesley in the US Championship online, and I got a good position actually out of the opening. Um, I mean, it's I wouldn't recommend it as a common opening, but certainly I think Bortnik has played it in Blitz and still plays it a lot. You know, does pretty well. I think some other players also do. I mean, if you, it depends on if you feel the opening well. If you feel it well, it could be a good weapon. If you don't feel it, then it's very dangerous. So that's my take on it. Um, it's kind of like the Alekines, right? Like for people who feel it very well, they do very well with it. But like I tried it once, I lost, so very convincingly.
Yeah.
So it's
Bad
like
opening.
So let's show you the Hikaru game, and you can tell us if you've got any feelings about Hikaru's position.
Oh, I see the game now. So we did. I have it on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I think these are hard to evaluate. I've studied this at some point for both colors, and yeah, it's very hard to understand these positions. Like engine usually gives whites better, but it's very hard to play them from either color. I think again, it's one of these things that, but I think it makes sense Hikaru tried it because he needs to win games, right? And Vidit right now is wounded, right? So it's kind of makes sense to try to go after him, I feel.
No, Naka's just trying to create good content. I will say Bishop D2 does not inspire confidence. No, no, no.
Yeah.
So I'd much rather be black in this position. I don't
Yeah,
feel
I think
white is.
Black's become very comfortable here. I agree. I
Yeah,
think they have a good position. I don't know if they're better, but
right.
definitely looks okay for Black.
But yeah, clearly Naka's going for it. It's good to see. I can't imagine Vidit would have a lot of confidence after yesterday's game. It's just tough. Like you lose with White, Italian game, like supposed to be such a solid opening.
Yeah, and he's spoiled a lot of positions early in the turn, right? Like after first half, he could easily be a +3 or something, right? But instead, 50% missing chances left and right. Yeah, it's very hard when you keep missing chances in a tournament like this.
One
Um,
one problem, by the way, is now the issue is if White is like taking so much time in playing David's 93 move that now for sure anytime 93 happens, D5's happening and black is better.
Yeah.
So it's
Mhm.
kind of like this Bishop B2 is like, well, I don't know really what to do, but now I can't play 93 anymore or I'll be worse. And
That's a good point.
yeah, so what am I supposed to do? Play weenie moves like Bishop D2 all day long?
He
That's not what
seems
he signed up for.
he seems lost at sea a tiny bit.
Yeah.
yeah, it's hard to. It's cat and mouse game, like a matter of who keeps the tension. But at the same time, I think the top players are very good at that, right? Like they're that's like one of their big advantages over like not top players is that they're able to keep the tension better, not give opponents clear plans. And I think so. In that sense, Bishop D2 makes sense, even if it's not the best move. It's just since he can't find something better, he's like, okay, at least let me not give my opponent something clear cut. So, but I don't know. Maybe that will not work out anyway. We'll see.
David, let's take it to the Abbasov game. And while he's doing it, I'll just say, like, we're in a position that's been played a couple times at the GM level. I have the database open, and we don't have the computer eval. So the computer eval would just tell us immediately which of White's moves are the best. In this position that David's about to pull up, we got either Bishop C2. Oh, it actually
Well,
happened.
by the way, I
Oh,
can't
no.
see your board, so I'm only looking at my stuff on my phone. Am I supposed to be able to see the board or?
Well, if you look at our stream, you can see the board that David has, maybe like a couple seconds behind.
No, it's like I never see anything from you.
Go
Somehow.
to twitch.tv/chessdojo live. It'll
Oh,
be
like that?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So
okay.
so here's the question, you guys. White could play. The choices seem to be EF
Mm-hmm.
and then Queen D3 in that interesting position. Hard to evaluate exactly what's going on there. Or the more ambitious Bishop C2, Queen D1, Bishop D1, and then in the game it was 94. Fabi might have a different move
Hold
besides.
on. It says Dojo Live is offline for some reason.
Send him a link, Kosti.
I'm doing it. I'm on it.
Weird.
There. I sent you a link in the chat to our stream.
All right, let me see.
So both of them, I feel like Black has like exactly the kind of play that he would like to have for this game. EF6 takes on D3 seems just fine for Black. So definitely if I was going to worry about anything, it'd be Bishop C2, but like Queen D1, Bishop D1, it just doesn't inspire confidence. The dream, of course, there is Black has to worry about eventually the board opening and the bishops being a thing. Oh, one of the things that really was interesting to me too about Naka's interview or spiel yesterday about his game with Caruana is since Fischer we've been saying that the bishops are stronger than the knights, and he made this claim. I would love to hear Naka actually or Fabi just confirm whether he actually believes this, but he's like, from Naka's perspective, Fabi is totally old school and basically believes that the knights are as good as the bishops. Now, that isn't to say like there aren't some positions the bishop's better than knight, but just like in general, the bishops are as good as the knights. And then it was really interesting because it made me think back on so many games where Fabi played without the bishop. Like Kosi will remember that amazing King's Indian game where he gave up his light square bishop and played on the dark squares. Oh, dude, that was an amazing game. So and that's really interesting because I feel like, you know, like Fisher did it with the bishops, and then it took like for example, Saruman didn't understand that the bishop was stronger either. And there was loads of other old timers that just didn't come along for the ride. But Caruana's new level. He's using the computer. Computer loves the bishops. So that was really interesting to me that he said that. And he gave up the bishop yesterday. And in this game too, he's going for a line where he's giving up the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
My coach too, KGB, he doesn't give a damn
About the bishops.
damn about the bishop, dude. Forget your bishop, buddy. Oh, bishop takes c4. I think that's just a bad move. I think that's just a bad move. I'm gonna go and say maybe there's something. Obviously, there's something I'm not seeing. But queen d1, king d1, knight g4. I must be missing something because that just looks like a nice position for black.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d1 on the board.
It's not going to take them long to play the next two moves here, folks. White is up a pawn, but when black plays knight g4, they will be attacking both pawns. And also importantly, the threat of knight f2 will be to win the rook on h1. So on knight g4, white can't play f4 to save the pawns.
Nice note by Ranja, one saying Fabi also has great success with his d3 anti-Berlin with bishop takes c6. Right, so it's like a career move. It's a career move. I don't care about your bishop's bows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one I think black is. I don't know if black is better, but I would rather definitely be black after like king e2, knight e5. We've got some weak squares to play against, and yeah, dude, let's be black. Right?
Yeah, Naka was saying yesterday that Bobby is a knight and bishop guy.
I just said that, buddy, while you were away.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
king
I
e2,
also heard that.
King e2 is a mistake, Jesse. I don't think he should even play king e2 here. I think he's got to play king e1.
Okay, king e1. It's just doesn't inspire confidence.
If you play king e2, then after knight e5, you have to do something with the stupid bishop on c4, and you've cut off his retreat, right? And then you play bishop b3, b6. Your king's...
Yeah. Let's just say, though, this is just a nice position for black. Because if you're going to go back to e2, which is, I think, what Proust wants, like king e1, knight e5, bishop e2, at a minimum, I've got bishop e6, and I'm talking to the c4 square.
Yep. You got that. You got bishop f5 talking to the d3 square if you like
Yeah,
that one.
dude, I got options. So Abbasov, but you know, Abbasov, let's just say he put up he put up some great moves yesterday. There was a phase of the game where me and David felt like he played too passive, but then in defending his position, there were 2 points where he had to come up with massive tactical skills to save that thing.
Yeah.
And it was very impressive, dude.
Yeah,
We're
he
talking
defended
about
well. Right.
G5, and then the move that the chump GMs even found with the B5 tactic earlier on.
Yeah, that idea with like G5 losing the F pawn, rook E2, trapping white's king on the side. That was, I mean, should go straight into a textbook. It was incredible.
Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah. Abbasov, what are you doing here, though, buddy? What are you doing?
Floundering around a little bit in an unusual opening.
I saw there was one comment by Morfinsky in the chat suggesting after knight g4, playing f4, knight f2, king e2, knight takes h1, and knight f3 with the idea of bishop a3. So curious what you guys think about that one.
I think that might be white's best option here, actually. I was thinking about it too.
Well, let's say this, like he kept like King E1. A Bossov's not gonna do that, buddy. It's not a Bossov's game, man. It's not his game, bro.
Yeah.
He's gonna try for a Tausch machine. He's gonna now play Bishop E2, Knight
Yep.
F3, and
Yep.
try to just rally the wagons, boss.
Yep.
He's gonna try to rally the wagons.
Played it all. This is the live position now. He's played King E1, Bishop E2, as Jesse was saying it.
Gritty pants, you don't know a Bossov like I do, man. I know this guy.
I mean, I
Jesse's
should know him best. I've played him twice and lost both times in tournaments.
Uh-huh.
Jesse's seen the factory where the machines are made. He knows the blueprints, everything.
I've seen the factory, boss.
Where they put the serial number.
Alex, what would you say with Fabi's position? Would you say Black's got a little something something, or would you just be like, nah, it's fundamentally equal?
I kind of like black after bishop f5, to be honest, knight
Yeah, me
d3.
too.
But yeah, and I think Fabi definitely played for a win with this d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. That's the line you sort of play away from like regular theory and playing a little bit for the win. So
Right.
I think he wanted some fight, and yeah, I think he could be kind of happy with it with black, right? Like
Absolutely. Like,
looks like it's some kind of a somewhat of a fight. We'll see if he can win, but
yeah, even if the computer were to tell me that White's equal here, it's still like an ideal position for Fabi in this round here. Get back in the tournament. And I'll say your move, Bishop F5. I think Black has multiple moves. He'll probably think about it for a second here, but Bishop F5 is nice because we prevent Rook B1. We're looking at D3, and we just want to play Knight D7 to C5 after that. It's so simple. And then White's going to have to worry about Knight D3 as well. So, not easy.
What does
One
White
of
do
my
after Bishop
favorite-
F5? Somebody asks. I think what White's going to have to do here, no matter what Black does, is
Is
play
Knight
Knight
F3.
F3.
Yeah. Mhm.
And then, take a couple trades and try to get the rook out of H1. And if you can achieve all that, then try and play an active defense rather than just a passive defense of your isolated pawns. Try to put your rooks on the B and D files if possible, and keep your pieces in decent position so that even if you lose a pawn at some point, you'll be nice and active.
One thing too that let's call him my ideological sensei, Vasily Smyslov, said that it pertains to this position. Now, this is an example of a guy who also believed that the bishop and knight were fundamentally equal, but he said that knights are better than bishops when there are local weaknesses. So in this position, we have not just the weak pawn on c3, but we have the weak square on c4. And that's giving, I'm sure, Fabi a lot of hope. I hadn't, it's interesting. Until today, I hadn't understood as a fan that Fabi is the Nightman. He is the Nightman.
That's what Naka said.
It's funny though. I'm starting to think back on a lot of famous games that he's played, and yeah, a lot of them are like dude playing with the knights in amazing ways.
I imagine that not just Fabi, but most people would not want to be remembered by what Naka said about them.
Well, if you produce the content, you get to drive the narrative, my friend.
It's true. He who produces the content.
Yeah, winners write history books.
Yeah, I don't know.
By the way, Nepo just went D4,
Mm-hmm.
which to me feels like a strategic misjudgment.
Okay.
It's generally in the King's Indian, you now go F4, Bishop C1, Knight F3. You got moves.
Yeah. I mean, one difference is you've already played this B3 move, which you don't always have in the King's Indian, right?
Yeah.
So that makes some little differences with the queen side. And then there's this other question of, do you want to go for the standard plan when there's that bishop on H7? Or do you want to say, hey, E4 is solid, that bishop's out of it. What are my other ways
Well, you
to
might
play
go
this
for
position?
F4 and E5 as
E5,
white,
right?
because even if you push the E pawn, the bishop is still kind of
Because
dead on
D3 is
H7.
still
Well, I
so
think if
good.
you're going to push the e-pawn, do it now. Just play e5, right?
That's a
Maybe.
very good point. I mean, if you can put if we want to push the E pawn, let's get it done.
Let's get it done, boss.
Let's get it done.
It's
To me,
E5,
okay.
C7, F4.
So before we diss this d4 move too much, let's just say the obvious. He's making a claim that the bishop on b2 is now trash.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the claim. To me, optically, e5 looks like an advantage to white.
Yes. Me too.
But we do have to long term fix our bishop on b2.
Yeah. I really like White's prospects after E5, actually.
Yeah, E5, and then maybe A4 next move. Then knight gets to C4.
We might
Maybe
not
bishop
even
goes to C1.
A4, depending on how Black handles the G2 A8 diagonal, Kostya. We might be able to play much more aggressively here as White.
Mm-hmm.
So much more aggressive than A4 would be to go for B4. And try to just...
B4 is a little mind-blowing, but maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it depends how Black plays. I'm not saying we can necessarily have the strength to play it on the very next move. But to me, I would bang out E5 and then, see how Black handles B7 and the diagonal. But you understand, I want to play B4 to resolve what Jesse's saying about the bishop. That would be my ideal. And if I go A4, my prospects for improving that bishop are still a bit tricky. It probably has to go towards the H6 sack. Which he tried to set up against Gukesh.
Though, David, you don't have to be crazy. You could play like e5, queen e2, a4, knight c4, bishop c1, bishop d2. You don't have to be a maniac with b4, boss.
I don't have to, but if I can, I'm going to.
Black will probably move the rook on a8.
Mm-hmm.
And then, man, your b4 is a little frisky, boss. That's just what I'm. No, I don't like your b4.
Yeah.
I don't like your b4. I don't know where to put the rook either, by the way, but he's going to move the rook somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not seeing...
And then just a4, boss. You don't have to be a genius. Just play a4.
Okay. I'm not seeing a good way to set up b4 either against any moves I'm playing out in my head now, so...
We don't have to go there, but remember you were saying this thing. You were like, maybe Prague just won't be feeling it. They'll just easy on each other,
Yeah.
maybe. But anyways, the position feels equalish, but it's
Sure.
well, let's say that we have opposite color bishops in the middle game, so anything can happen.
Well, and it's like if anything, you would pick white at this point.
Would I?
Yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of this Carlsen Anand game from the World Championship. I think it was game 1, 2014, that Carlsen won. I think it was the same structure. Like he takes on d6, Black fixes the pawns with cd, and then in that game, Magnus played d4 very quickly, and then eventually he had like a4, and the rook got in via a3. And yeah, it was a dark square thing. It was a dark square day.
A dark square day.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe the longer I think about it, I'm like, okay. But also just because white's up in development.
Exactly. I'm not claiming anything insane, Jesse. It's just
Right.
I imagine a position like c takes d6, d4, and white just got castled first and played the slightly useful h3 move, controlling bishop there, and maybe a little spot on b6 that you could tickle at some point when your bishop's on e3. Just like if I had to pick, I would not choose to play black here.
Alex, what do you think? White better? Or no?
I would probably slightly prefer white, but I think it's more like equal because CD D4 castles. I don't really see a clear plan for white. Black will go bishop a6, rook d8. I don't know. Also, I'm not a big expert on these anti-Berlins or Italians. Not really that much of an e4 player, and when I tried, I wasn't very successful. So, It's hard to say, but I would probably slightly prefer white, but not. I would be probably happy playing black here also.
Hmm.
Um,
I feel like Naka just made a very interesting move.
and I also heard a comment that okay, maybe Gukesh and Prague or whatever going easy. I don't know. I think there's a pretty big rivalry between these two. I don't think easy will ever be a definition of how these players will play with each other. I think they're very strong rivals, and they're there to beat each other's throats. So I feel yeah. So I think it's very competitive, but I mean sometimes the positions turn out to be quieter anyway.
David, let's go to Vidit. Kostya has a thought, and I do too over there.
Yeah. Well, let's just catch up on the moves. Queen c2 was played. That's what I thought he would play. b6.
Yeah, and then Naka went b6. So for me, b6, that's the kind of move I play when I'm playing like down, like way down. And I just don't feel any rush to do it either. Like I just want my opponent to like self-destruct, make some like crazy move. It's like b6.
Okay, wait.
Well, he
but
wants to move the knight.
Yeah, he wants to play. Okay, let me tell you what I was thinking. So I think b6 is telling white, buddy, if you don't play something right now, like d4, and this is what this is what I think. Like, let's imagine d4 Naka has some answer to. If you do not play d4, buddy, I'm going to play knight e7 g6, and you better watch out for the Hindu sack on bishop h3, because your queen just left the man.
Okay. Yeah, but also on 97, that allows white to go knight e3, and then we don't have d5.
But I plays knight e7, knight e3, knight g6, and I don't know. I like that position for black.
No, it could be good for black, but I mean, just saying, like, to me, b6 looks like a waiting move. And, like, Vidit couldn't go knight e3 last move because of d5. He still can't go knight e3 because of d5. And now he has to... White's kind of running out of moves here, is what I see.
Yeah, for sure. That's also it's like a game of chicken. Like, when am I going to play knight e7? And when are you going to play knight e3?
Right.
As we discussed, if white plays knight e3, then d5 is happening. And if knight e7, then white can finally play knight e3 themselves. And maybe live. And maybe live. It's unclear, though.
I think white still has a couple moves. Rook a1, bishop c1, kind of like in some King's Indians.
By the way, the Hindu sack at some point, it's definitely on the radar, my friends. Like, that queen is left, and so bishop h3 is going to be something Naka is definitely trying to set up. It's dangerous. It's dangerous, man. We should say that I want to say this about bishop h3 though, is that is black's best piece, the light square bishop. So we're going to sack something on h3. It'd be better it wasn't that guy.
Yeah. I mean, another thing you can always consider to make progress for black is g4, right? Trade a pawn that way. But he's far from set up for doing that right now, in my opinion.
Right. Just the business.
Yeah, also to add to Jesse's idea of sacking on h3, I also think that black has other attacking ideas such as g4, opening up the game, knight f4. So, but of course, whenever you play knight e7, you have to count the idea that white can play d4 then, right? So it's really cat and mouse, right? Every move, it's like both sides have. It seems like a simple position, but actually, there's lots of sublines behind the scenes that's going on, right? There's probably going to be lots of beautiful variations that don't get played because they kind of don't go on the surface because...
Well, and one variation right now is like, does d4 work for white?
Yeah.
Right, that's the good question, yeah.
Important question.
Well, actually, you mentioned bishop h3. I mean, can you consider it with knight still on c6? Or is it like, let's say bishop h3 here? Is it just insane or
after d4?
Yes.
Okay. You might want to trade on d4 first, right, Alex?
Well, then maybe I'm thinking knight takes d4 first.
Okay.
That could be.
Okay. All right, I'll go straight for it. I'll listen to the Grandmaster.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just, looking at variations after all. I'm not sacking my own piece, right? So,
Yeah. All right, I put the sack on the
well,
board for
also,
you.
white does not absolutely have to take, right? White could take DE, right? So that needs to also be
They
calculated.
could take DE. They could play D5.
Yeah, there's a lot of candidate moves for both sides. It's actually a very annoying position to calculate. For me, it would be a headache playing something like this.
Yeah.
D5, I'm not so sure, but
I think
I get, even D5 could be a candidate move, yes.
I think Queen G4 might be a good answer to any fancy move from white other than pawn takes bishop.
No, but then we
because
got 93.
93.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. And then you get kicked out of the dojo.
You get kicked out of the dojo.
Yeah.
Well, actually, 93, Queen f4 maybe still line continues, but it looks
Oh, okay. I'll come back.
or Queen h5.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's just get a variation on the board, having admitted there are many. Or should we do it with bishop a2 on the board, since that's what Vida just played? You guys want
Yeah,
to
let's
explore
just do it with what white already played.
a possible position? Bishop a2. That bishop is...
Yeah, so the game of chicken continues, bishop a2. And now we could consider this bishop h3 or knight e7, or again, some building move.
Yeah, this bishop a2 is basically the furthest it could be from g2 on the entire board right now.
Bishop
does that
a2
improve
suggests that
white's
white's in
position?
Zugzwang. That's what it suggests.
Well, let's say knight h2 probably doesn't work just yet, right?
Knight h2.
Bishop a2 is odd.
And you want to play rook e3 and
Okay, but let me just make a basic argument. Okay, so after bishop a2, I'm going to make a simple claim that knight e7 and black is better.
Knight e7 definitely is like most logical move.
All right, let me try fighting it real quick. Knight e7, I go knight e3.
Okay, knight g6.
Knight g6. I take on e6.
All right,
Surprise,
FE.
right? How do you take back?
I got to do FE.
FE. Figured. d4.
Yeah. That's spicy.
I don't know about spicy. I'm just trying to do just enough to not be busted.
Maybe queen c6 could be interesting. Also knight h5. Knight h5. Let's do knight h5. That's the clean move. Forget queen c6. We'll play knight h5.
Let's play the clean one.
Let's play the clean.
Knight g4.
Well, now I'm going to put probably knight hf4.
Yep. Makes sense.
Well, a black is better position.
Trade on e5.
I'm going to play d.
I'll put the rook on d1.
Well, then I got a lot of good moves. I could even play queen d3 then.
Okay.
That's a boring GM move right there, by the way, queen d3. But, if an advantage, I just want to prove an advantage for black. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay. And I'm trying to hold. That's all I'm trying to say.
I know.
I don't want to be worse. I want equality for everybody, including white.
Instead of queen d3, I'd go queen f7.
I want to stress, queen d3, I just wanted to prove an advantage. Queen f7 would be the Naka move. We're just trying to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys aren't
So that's like
taking white
that's
very
an
seriously.
approximate variation, but white could do all kinds of other things too. But just in general, like the question is like white isn't doing anything, and Naga can pick his moment when he plays knight e7. There might be some other building move, by the way, that Naka can do. I don't know what it is, but maybe there's some other building move that he could play. I guess an obvious other candidate is, could he play knight h5 now? Maybe just play knight h5 now.
Knight h5 is another move for
Just
sure.
send that one, yeah. Actually, that's pretty nice.
But again, that allows
Knight
maybe
e3 without
13.
d5.
Well, I'm gonna stick that knight on f4, and I'm gonna say, "How do you like me?" Though, it's a very unpleasant night.
How about that?
Yeah.
Krabby Crab says Bishop A2 is weird then, but what do you want him to do? What do you want? No, I guess we didn't. Maybe there was a way to play D4, but my sense was like when Naka plays B6 that he has an answer to D4. If you don't do it, though, what else do you do for this poor man? It really is like he's in strategical Zugzwang. He has to wait for Naka to either move the knight on H5 or move the knight on C6.
I mean, watching this game, I just think that its seconds should have told him not to play the Gioco Piano today.
Yeah, Vidit's a D4 player at heart. Needs to go knight F3, on D4, G3. That's his position.
Yeah.
Or Rui Lopez. I feel like he's more of a Rui Lopez guy.
Mm-hmm. But especially, I mean, like such a bad loss yesterday, and then today's looks similar.
Well, also him being down on the clock, he's down 20 minutes.
Right, because like, I mean, there's like a thing. If you repeat an opening, you're supposed to. If you repeat an opening you lost, you're supposed to have sort of, somehow leveled up, got to something right. He looks.
Well, to be fair though, with the Italian game, it's hard to say, right? Because it's such a complicated opening. There's like 20 different ideas for black, 20 different ideas for white, right? It's just such a complex opening, right? I'm sure he just prepared it deeply for this tournament, right? And he probably covered a lot of ground, but maybe not everything, right? You can't possibly cover everything in the Italian, right? So it's to his defense, I'm sure, okay, Hikaru um, maybe surprised him a bit. Yeah, Vida just played with what his best opening line was at that time.
Sure, but
right.
like what I'm saying is Gukesh also surprised him with the move order yesterday, and Hikaru with the move order today. But whether or not the move order surprised him, I mean, the position itself is kind of familiar, right? The pawn structure.
No, it's completely different. I mean, yesterday was a6, h6, and bishop e6, that pawn structure with the double pawns.
Right.
Today it's completely different. H6, g5, he's playing for initiative. So
But these
even though the
positions,
opening was similar, it's completely different actually in a way.
but they're both within the range of pawn structures that you would expect if you're playing the Italian game with both sides as part of your repertoire game after game.
Oh, that's
There's
true.
nothing
I mean,
there's nothing like disorienting about this position.
yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, sorry. Yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated opening though.
Right. I mean, I
Yeah,
had similar problems with the Rui Lopez, right? There's like different defenses black can play,
yeah.
and I played it several games with white and had a bad score and was struggling with it, but I realized that there was a general lack of skill with a whole bunch of structures, and obviously there are different structures. But I don't know. I feel like if he struggles with yesterday's move order and with today's move order, I mean, maybe he should be trying a different opening.
If I could bring up a point, I did hear that Vidit has spent a lot of time preparing for this tournament, and maybe he just put a bunch of hours into the Italian game. And okay, these are hard positions. Like even if you prepare, it's still difficult to play. So it would be kind of a shame to just switch to Rui Lopez if like he spent 2 months preparing Italian game for everyone. There's going to be E4, E5 players in the candidates.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to just switch, if you haven't really prepped out. And I mean, in the Rui Lopez, there's a lot of ground to cover. So if he hasn't done any work on it, that'd be tough.
Right.
I'm sure he knows
But
a little bit about everything. I mean,
yeah.
of the 2700 level, right?
Yeah. I mean, look how often some of
Yeah,
the other players switch their openings up, right?
well, I mean, Kasparov, when he lost the match to Kramnik, right, he wasn't willing to switch out of the Berlin, right? He kept believing in
Yeah.
White. And so, yeah, maybe, yeah, there's a fine line. Yeah, I mean, if you quit after one bad game, it could also not be always so good. So it's tricky to say. Yeah, I don't know. Uh, there always needs to be some balance.
Let me ask you guys some questions about the other games. So, first of all, Firouzja Jan, I like the e5 move a lot. Firouzja didn't play it. He played a4. And then Jan stopped e5 by playing e5 himself. And now
A4 is pedestrian. Jesse said, "Don't be a genius," and Firouzja said, "Okay, I'll not be a genius."
anyways, I'm sure he's got some ideas in how he's going to play against this position. Coming to mind is like knight c4 and bishop c1. Also very strange, though, that he took forever to play a4. Don't take forever. If you're going to play a pedestrian move, don't take forever.
Right.
So I don't understand what the problem with e5 was.
I think
he
what
had
happened.
some.
I think
Yeah,
what
go
happened,
ahead.
Jesse, is after about 15 minutes, he realized if I play a4, I could put my knight on c4, and b5 doesn't work anymore. And then
Jeez. David, what's the disrespect? This is Ali Reza Firouzja. He used to be the future.
I know. In the
And then
past, he was
let's
the
try
future.
to. So wait, do you guys? So basically, we're disrespecting him. We have no sense of what his intuition is here. Like,
I must have just decided against e5. I mean, it seems like he was calculating a lot of stuff.
Presumably, he spent his 17 minutes mostly on moves other than a4 and then picked a4 because a4 is not like a super calculation move.
okay, wait. Let me make a claim. So he's going to play knight c4, and he's going to be claiming that instead of opening the bishop on g2 with e5, he's going to be playing for bishop h3. That they will then be playing on the queen side, and the bishop on h7 will be out of the game. Maybe he's got a little something there. It is true. Once I put that bishop on h3, I'm going to be talking to your coconuts.
But you still have to open the game somewhere if you're playing for an advantage, right? So
I get it, but once we play like bishop c, like imagine we get three moves: knight c4, bishop h3, bishop c1. It's hard to know, first of all, what black's going to do. We will be creating a tempo on the e5 pawn because bishop d7 is a threat. And black has to worry about the b4s later of the world and a5s of the world.
Yeah.
That's a little pressure. I'm starting to feel it.
I don't know. I feel like I don't know if Alex would agree. To me, it looks like just a classical King's Indian structure. So if with reverse colors, I think the plan would be f6, king h8, bishop g8.
Good. I think, and that's, I think, a real big point is the bishop on h7 is a chump, and even though it's technically black's best bishop, so it's like it has to figure its life out. So
Also,
well, I guess f6, king h8, bishop g8 at some point, right? But I would agree. I kind of prefer to play white here. And I think I agree with Jesse. I think I probably would have been leaning towards e5, but I'm not so sure why he didn't play it, but maybe there was some reason. But I still kind of like white, so it's hard to say.
But also strange that he's tanking again now. Dude, you just played a4. You got to reckon e5 is the big move you got to think about, and then you're tanking again, Baus.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that seems a little bit strange. Maybe he's thinking knight c4, f6, f4, knight b6, but that's something he maybe could have looked at earlier. So I'm not so sure.
Yeah. Also, let's just say the obvious. Firouzja's big problem in this tournament has been time pressure. Every game, pretty much. Yeah, every game.
Another little thing that could be normal for black would be to reposition the d7 knight to c6. Could be like a small improvement as they're
all right. Firouzja just
their position.
Took my intuition and shoved it. He just played f4.
Straight f4. Yeah. Berlin Chess is asking us, can we explain why f5 is not a good plan? I assume they mean for black.
Yeah, that was before f4. Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. So, like, let's say we play knight c4, for example. A move less, tactical than f4. Then, is f5 not a good plan? I think one thing is that f5 is sometimes a plan in this pawn structure. If you just look at the pawn structure and not the specifics of the position and where the pieces are, f5 is a not completely uncommon plan, but it requires from black in this position, I'm used to it being white, but it requires from black in this position to have a very strong hold on their e5 pawn and maybe a slight advantage in development or more pieces already on the king side when you play the move.
Right. And you're clearing the e4 square for the knight and opening up the bishop on g2. So unless you have a really good reason to do it, you shouldn't do it.
Yeah. So structurally, and we're going to leave out tactics for a second and just put e5, ef5, bishop f5 on the board. Structurally, this move has some potential downsides in that e4 and e5 can be weak squares for black. One is an outpost for white's pieces, and the other is a pawn for white to attack and siege. And the counter to that is that overall black has a bunch of space and they have the F file. So there are cases where you can take these two weaknesses on the E file and have enough, dynamic play and pressure to make up for it. But that's why I'm saying you'd want E5 to be pretty secure and your pieces active and grouped towards the king side so you can make use of the F file.
I don't like this f4 move. I'm just going to say it feels too hurried for me. And David, you go back a couple moves.
Yeah.
One thing, okay, so Nepo plays queen c7. White could do a bunch of stuff here, pressuring the f4 pawn. But imagine just for a second, rook f1, right?
Mm-hmm.
On rook f1, black can already entertain the wild ef, gf, g5 because the bishop on b2 is not in the game and the dark squares are looking kind of chumpy, know? So if I win the dark squares, holy moly.
Yeah.
But just want to say, clearly Firouzja avoided knight c4 because he wants to bring his knight to f3, which I think does make sense in this position because then you still put pressure on e5 and you can support the g4, g5 push.
Yeah.
So Jesse's line indicates that white should consider f5 right now, which is risky. Like, I'm not saying it's a good move, but it should be considered.
But Kosti, let me just say something obvious. If you're going to bring your knight to f3, boss, then you probably didn't need the a4 move.
No, a4 is still very useful to slow down the queenside play.
But it's not so pressing yet, is it?
No.
It'd be a weird order.
Well, if you didn't go a4, then black gets b5 in one move. Here, black has to go b6, a6, and then it's an extra tempo. So if you start with a6, then it'll be a5.
I'm just saying I'm worried about white's position all of a sudden. I didn't like this f4 and that, like, if you play f5 here, it's very simple for black to just say, first of all, you're going to have to think about bishop g5, boss. And even f6, I don't see a problem for black, and black then has the space advantage. I don't think they're getting mated.
Well, let's take it move by move. Like bishop g5, white goes knight f1, and then next move is h4.
Okay.
And then if f6, I mean, then look, you're always worse than the king's Indian until the king side opens up, So the fact that white's worse is not a problem.
I thought you could just stop it. You're always worse than the king's Indian.
So anyways, Kosi, you're feeling this danger that I am, that on rook f1, we're concerned with ef, gf, g5.
I definitely didn't have an immediate answer for it.
That's just big.
Yeah.
Here's a move for white, queen h5, and it's just a big fight.
True.
Just a big fight.
Yeah, this would be difficult to evaluate on the spot.
It looks like black's playing king g7, and I know the bishop on b2 normally repositions to c1, but king g7, I'm looking for, knight f3 takes d4 or c3 or b4.
Yeah.
You guys, Fabi did some controversial stuff, dude. I don't know how I feel about it.
Here's the move, though, from Firouzja before we move on.
Yeah.
Defends
Queen f3.
Defends the f3 pawn with the queen, and so maybe the knight is still destined for c4. I mean, we thought a4 is such an obvious, positional thing, just knight c4, but now we're having whiplash guessing if the knight's going right or left.
Dude, queen f3?
Queen f3, Kostya.
Here's an idea though,
That's a
is
new
that
one.
so now if EF, GF, G5, maybe we can consider E5, GF, knight C4.
Yeah. Also, Jesse, queen takes b7, and black's position is
We could play probably queen B7 even
fairly
better.
ragged.
Yeah. I just wanted to finally bring the knight to
I know.
C4.
You just needed to know. Why did we play a4, Faruja? How deep was it?
Queen F3 has some souse to it. It has
Yeah.
a little bit of souse. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to this Fabi thing.
Yeah.
I have problems with the way he played it.
Rook
Dude.
d8 over bishop f5.
So I thought bishop F5 was much cleaner. And then knight F3. Now Fabi's going to give away his opening advantage with his development advantage with knight D3. Bishop B2 now happens, and now I have to be concerned about my rook getting trapped with knight D4 and king E2.
But you can always defend it with your bishop on a6, so there's no real king e2 danger.
I get real nervous when I'm not developed, boss. I get just like start freaky deaky with this, and like it makes me nervous. I don't like what he did, dude. Bishop F5 was so clean.
He thought 18 minutes on that rook d8, so that was a big decision.
Right, dude.
Alex, what do you think of rook d8? Was it a move you considered as well?
Well, the knight d4 is a threat, right? So knight d4, king e2. So how else are you going to stop it? I guess you could consider c5 with the idea of knight c6. Wondering if still knight d4, but then no, it takes king e2, bishop f5. Probably not. So bishop c5, bishop a3, no, bishop a3, rook c3.
For what it's worth, Alex, you could at knight d4 right now, you can probably play knight d7. And then if knight d4, maybe you just play b6 and you're just like, I'm not afraid. I'm afraid, but maybe he could play it like he's not afraid.
Yeah, I don't know. I generally trust Fabi. I've played him enough times to know that his calculation is usually very spot on, very strong.
Right.
Yeah, rook d8. He wants to maybe put a minor piece at some point on d3, and I think yeah, it's.
Oh, sorry, Alex. He didn't play rook d8 here. I'm saying in the position after bishop e2 a few moves ago where we were talking about bishop f5.
This rook. No, rook. I would also probably play rook d8. Yeah, because it makes sense to put the knight on d3 and you're attacking c3.
Right. At the time, we just talked about bishop e6 and bishop f5, but in my head, I was also considering rook d8, and I was wondering if you had two back then. So.
Well, bishop f5, you have to consider knight d3. I mean, bishop f5, f3, I meant. Then you're trying to play e4, so I'm guessing knight d3.
Yeah.
Takes, and let's say knight h3. It's just different position.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I don't know which one's better. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
But also possible. Maybe they're equally good. I don't know.
Yeah. So that's the move he spent 18 minutes on, was rook d8, sort of choosing between that and bishop f5, which to me also would have been a difficult decision.
Yeah.
I think, part of the idea is like this rook d3, it forces white to deal with the c-pawn right away, and the bishop can operate from a6 potentially instead of going to f5, which could make life even harder for white's king.
And what he did, David, is he played bishop e6, and I thought of it just as he played it, and so I finally get it. We're saying that poor king, you are a chump. You cannot go to e2 because bishop c4 will always slay you. You can't castle, buddy, because you already moved.
Actually, king e2, knight bishop c4. Is there not knight e5?
Maybe.
Rook takes b3, king d2, rook b3.
Knight takes.
Oh, knight c4.
Well, b5.
b5.
Takes, and then knight b6.
It's rough.
Oh, welcome to the dojo.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Next time, develop your pieces, Fabi.
Yeah,
By the
Fabi.
way, I have to probably go in like a minute or two, but yeah, it was great being here as always.
Yeah.
Does anyone in the chat have any last minute questions for me before I go? I saw, by
Questions
the way,
for
I'm reading
Alex,
the
folks.
chat while you guys are asking some interesting things. The reason I've been quiet is because I think, I don't want to disturb the great discussion that you guys having. And the reason I'm sometimes making faces is because I'm a little bit tired and maybe a little bit of a headache. That's the only reason why, but it's not in any form of disrespect. So I apologize for that.
You making faces at us, boss?
No, not at you, but
You making faces, buddy?
just in general. It's not at anyone, but yes. Anyway.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, man. I think
What
on
do-
Kingy
what do I
2, by
do?
the way, I think maybe he just wants to go back and he's got a simple plan. He's like, I'm going to eat you on the light squares, buddy. My knight's going to find its way to C5, and I'm going to eat you on the light squares.
Prediction for this tournament. I don't know. It's hard to say. I guess I will still go out on a limb and say Nepo. As
That's a
for
real limb.
2026, that's a little bit too difficult. I'm afraid. It's yeah. Well, I guess we'll see who becomes world champion first before we even start thinking about predicting 2026. But of course, I'll probably be wrong. Probably somebody else will win. But okay, we'll see. But okay. I guess I'm off. But
All right. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you,
great
Alex,
being
for
here, and
joining.
thank you all for some colorful comments you made in the chat, and thanks to you, Chess Dojo, for doing this great content for the fans. And hopefully another day I'll join again.
All right.
All right.
Much
Bye-bye,
appreciated,
everyone.
Alex. Take care. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
We're getting some real spice here. By the way, we don't have to go there, but the strategic zugzwang of Vidit versus Naka continues. And this position with Fabi is like, I mean, White's got some questions. So King E2 is played. Let's just assume Bishop C4 doesn't work. But if you just as a default, you just go back to D8 and then intend Knight A6 or Knight D7. We're going to talk to those light squares.
Yeah. This seems like a playable. It feels like a Magnus endgame. I feel like Magnus, he's always good with the opposite color bishops and squeezing out. And I remember I learned a rule from my old coach where when you have opposite color bishops and knight, bishop plays against knight, knight plays against bishop. That's how you handle it. So yeah, bring that black knight to C4, put the pawn on F6.
I'd be happy if we just
You
got
play.
our knight to C5 too. That's a hell of a drug right there. C4 is great, but that's like the knight has to do some real long maneuverings to get to C4.
Yeah. One extra move.
Maybe after the rook retreats to d8 in this position, White should play knight d2 and then play c4, even if the pawn ends up dying there.
Yeah, you could think about harikiri, you know.
Well, I'm trying to get some life from my bishop, right?
I know.
The bishop's the person.
But that's not really a Bossov style, buddy. He wants to trade everything off on the D file.
Right. But
it's hard though. There's that C4 coconut is weak.
Yeah.
The square is weak. The B3 square is weak. So like knight or bishop can land on B3. The pawn on A4 could be a victim later. White's kingside majority, by the way, means nothing. It is conceivable that the white king might prove better than the black king, but the white king is also a victim at this point too. So it's like a little bit of a question.
Yeah. For sure. But
I
it's
think we should go
unfortunate
to
for
Naka.
It's really unfortunate for Fabi that he can't go bishop c4 here because of that knight e5 line. I mean, suggests he should have maybe played b6 like a plebe.
Yeah, but you just imagine rook d8. We're still touching his coconuts.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Ghosty, where were you directing us? Naga?
Yeah, Naka went knight h5 after long think.
Oh, I
Caught
called
up
it.
with Vidit on the clock.
Yeah. Wow. Not something you want to do. I'd love to catch up with Vidit in many ways for a chat, chess rating, meditation, calm.
Call
But
me.
I would not want to catch up with him on the clock.
Yeah. They're headed for chaos. But it looks fun. Knight f4, bishop h3.
Mm-hmm. So, right, the drawback of moving the knight is now white can play knight e3,
Yup.
and d5 isn't going to happen. Yeah, that was the position we kind of played out, me and Bruce, like in a half an hour ago. And we all seem to like black, but there's loads of different things that can go down.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse left. Sorry. Yeah, looks fun for black.
Yeah. So I mean, we can kind of guess what's coming a little bit here, right? Like it's going to be knight e3. It's going to be knight f4. And then once the knight's on f4, is black threatening to take on h3? It's not 100% clear.
Here you need your other knight on f6. So you pop on h3, you get queen on h3,
And then
and the
bring
second
more.
knight comes to g4.
Yeah.
It's a mate.
So if bishop h3, pawn takes, queen takes is not yet so clear. Maybe I can play d4 here for white, hanging my d pawn. Well, that's brilliant. What am I doing? That's because there's a knight on c6 defending that square by surprise. Takes, takes. But I'm going to look at it anyway, even though I hung the pawn by accident. Takes, 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 takes. Is there anything good about hanging my pawn? Nah. Alright, so I can't do that. It's so close to Zugzwang, like Jesse said. Like, so few moves.
Okay, knight e3 played.
That white wants to make.
Yeah. At least we're understanding it. At least we're understanding it. I guess the big question is, what is white going to do after knight f4?
Yeah.
Well, bishop a2 first, which is kind of, oh, I'm going to go ahead and say that's a little surprising to me.
Oh.
Okay, so I didn't guess that one.
Nope.
But the intention is
97.
really obvious, actually, though,
Yeah.
because we're saying I can still cover f5, and we're saying your rook on a2 is a chump. That was actually very simple.
But really what he's saying is that he wasn't comfortable with bishop takes e6 or bishop d5 in some position. That's what he's saying. Because otherwise he just leaves the tension, because he's the one who's got this extra bishop takes h3 possibility.
I want to say I
is
think
just a
Nako
tempo.
would have been fine with that position, but when I look at this, it's very simple. Because if you don't have knight f5, I'm just coming with knight f4 real soon, and even d5, because your rook is misplaced on a2. I got options here, man. I got loads of things you got to worry about. d5, knight f4, maybe even f5 someday.
Yeah, I was going to say f5. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
it looks
this
like
is-
black is better.
Oh, yeah. Not only is he better, but like white has multiple concerns here. You have no idea how he's going to smack you next. And your rook on a2 is definitely out of play. Which is why d5, like if it was black's move, d5 is definitely an advantage for black.
Yeah, I mean, to me, bishop takes a2 to me, logically, it has to reflect that there's something he didn't want white to do if he just played knight f4 in that position.
But look, this position's so nice, David. Like it was a choice of riches, you know? This one's just simple. You don't have to worry about anything.
Well, that's my point. There must be something that he was worried about.
What I'm trying to say is the way Naka would think about it is like one is plus 0.4, one is plus 0.6, something like that, you know?
But then which one is better for the fans? I think that's
Which
part
one's
of the
better
equation
content?
now.
Yeah.
Which one's better content? I think he talked himself into it. Honestly, I just feel like he was saying all this because the original like I literally don't care speech. He was
Mm-hmm.
doing a bit. He was being funny. Like he was clearly doing a bit. But I think he has since said it so much, he has convinced
Mm-hmm.
himself of
Right.
this new
It's
style,
working out, dude. He's
new
gonna write
mindset.
some self-improvement book about this and being like, just don't care, just have fun, and it's gonna be a bestseller.
Yeah. Why I didn't care, the Hikaru Nakamura memoir.
Bobby played Rook D8 as expected. I think Fabi's a little bit better. I don't know if it's anything special, but I think he's a little bit better. If we had a little eval bar, I'd put Naka at like plus 0.5 or 0.7 even. And Farusha, that's an interesting. This Queen F3 was unlikely to me, but that's probably about equal. But it's just we know it's a mess. We know it's
Okay.
a mess.
Along with, I think everybody in chat, Jesse, don't understand why bishop takes a2 is so good. So I'm just going to make a random move for white here, forbid it, and maybe you can show us something about it.
Okay. Now, by the way, the reason that me and Bruce were initially it was like an ideological reason we didn't like bishop a2. First of all, because Bruce has been upset about the f5 square. Since before this game even started, he was upset about that square. And so now he's pissed that Naka gave up the light squares by taking on a2. All right, what do you want to do, buddy?
I'm not pissed about it. I just think that there had to be something that he was worried about.
But now look at this position. It's great for black.
I don't particularly see it. So show me.
Okay, what do you want to do after 97?
D4.
Okay. So D4 is a little bit controversial because you don't want to take. So I'm just going to make a move. There's other moves, but let's play knight f4.
I was just trying to make the d6, d5 move less pleasant for you. That's why I played d4.
Okay.
Knight f4, I'll start rerouting the rook to a1.
Good.
And by the way, I doubt that almost anyone in chat understands why black is better. So you can show us by smashing me around, or you can find a way to explain why it's good for black. But
Fair enough. Okay, so let's say the obvious. If we're going to make a case for white holding on, it's the fact that my knight on e7 has grief moving because then you get to play knight f5. So it does behoove me to actually do something here.
I could also argue that white has no major long-term weaknesses nor bad pieces. Koisen says, I think, says that the explanation is just there's a knight on f4. And that Koisen understands you and I'm just being really slow.
Yeah, David, you don't see there's a knight on f4? It's right there. It's right there on the screen.
I see it.
Nothing else going on. No, this has I started off on Jesse's side. Now I'm leaning more towards David's side, where I actually don't see why this is so nice for black. My first instinct was that it made sense for Naka because I thought he was going to get f5 in, but Now it's hard to get f5 in.
Well, let's say this. I still I like black a lot, but it is true that I think that Vidit should play d4 now to avoid d5.
Hmm.
So let's assume David's right there.
Tripman's
Um,
giving me directions to f4. Thank you. That's very helpful. Knight on f4 is worth at least a pawn. Honestly, I thought the knight on f4 was worth like a knight plus maybe 2/10 of a pawn. But I guess that's also worth more than a pawn.
One idea I'm playing with is to bring the queen to g6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like black. I don't know exactly how to play it, but I think, first of all, I think you're playing it correct. Play d4, fix your rook. And just for the sake of it, I don't know what the right move is, David, but I'll play queen e6.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. For now, I'll just put my rook on d1.
Okay, makes sense.
I'm not really thinking too much, just
All right, queen g6.
open to learning. Queen g6. Okay. So now you could push kingside pawns at some point, perhaps.
I like looking at your e4 pawn too. I might be able to play d5 at some point.
If you like
Well, that's
looking at
not
my
my
e4
main.
pawn that much, why don't you just take a picture?
Okay, boss. No, this is terrible for white. I mean, I don't know how bad it is, but it's bad.
Mm-hmm. I like your queen maneuver to g6, Jesse. It's a little bit annoying. It gives you some juice. Some situations where you could play d5, somewhere you could go h5.
Yeah, h5 is definitely going to be annoying.
At first, I was looking at like bishop f6, but you were always annoying me with knight g4 in my mind. So I was like, I don't want to give Bruce that.
Okay, I'm back on Jesse's side. Black is better.
Black is better.
It looks like d4 was played, so props to that.
Oh, you know what, Jesse? I might be able to do, though, with your queen where you put her. And I don't want to look like an opportunist or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe I could just plunk my knight on f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could think about it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about g4? Is that a problem?
I don't know. I didn't look that far. How far ahead did I look? Only that f5 wasn't lost.
Oh, this is gonna turn. Yeah, so we had this long period of strategic zugzwang where both players tanked all their time.
Yeah.
This is the moment they're actually gonna need it because things are gonna get tactical and hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both getting knives on f5 and f4.
I don't see another great idea besides knight f4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, David, that the queen e6, g6 isn't the only way for black. Like
Sure.
my bishop f6, if I have some way to answer knight g4, then that's
Yeah.
also an idea.
I'm just waiting for Kosti to say that now that knight f5 was played, he's swung back to my side. I want him to change sides every time we move.
No, you gotta prove it. You gotta earn it.
Okay.
You gotta earn the evaluation. By the way, folks, thanks for following. We're well on our way to almost at 30,000 followers. So
Nice.
if you're on Twitch, please follow. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
So here's an interesting thing, though, guys. Like,
Yeah.
let's go back, David, to the d4 position because Naka's thinking on this move.
Mm-hmm.
A chump GM would play knight f4 immediately because they're just so happy that they get the knight there. So what else is he thinking about?
Yeah, what's Naka doing? He's like thinking ahead more than one move.
That's not how we approach this position.
That's not.
Well, I mean, okay. I mean, but what else would you do?
Because like knight f4, rook a1, I think you want to move there. Because white's next move, like rook a1, makes a lot of sense, right? So
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and it's true. I mean, maybe the chump GM just puts it on the board immediately, because they're just like, well, that's where it goes. Yeah.
because maybe it also makes sense to like start with queen e6. I don't know why, but just putting the queen on g6
Yeah, okay, you could do it that way.
first.
Probably will transpose.
Yeah.
Another thing I'm kind of dreaming about is like somehow getting our rook to g8. I don't know how it happens yet. But let's just say that all of our pieces are working on the attack except the bishop on g7. So I figured that guy out somehow.
If you take on d4, then I've got a weak square on b4 and bishop g7 gets happier. But
Yeah, actually, ED4 I feel like is a serious candidate move.
Yeah, but if you then
Really?
go like
Really?
but the thing is, Kosti,
I mean, I couldn't make it work, but I was
Yeah.
considering it for sure.
So normally the way you would now sort of like exploit that move is you'd follow with knight c6.
He just took on d4.
Get out of town,
Shove it, Jesse.
dude.
Shove it.
Shove it, cry.
So I was gonna say the normal way you would use e takes d4 in this position, then you'd go knight c6, looking at the weak b4 square and the d4 pawn at once, right? But
Yeah.
to a chump
So
IM
here,
eyes,
exactly here, I didn't like knight f5.
right? It looks like knight f5, and like, well, our pressure's not that amazing for black, right? So I guess we'll see how he intends to use this position after ed4, cd4. Maybe d5 himself.
One thing that's
Also,
curious
there's knight
about
d4.
this move for me is like, David had an allergic reaction to the f5 square earlier. I'm definitely having an allergic reaction to this move. Like both CD and knight d4. I'm like, what, Naka? What are you doing, buddy?
Mm-hmm. I mean, knight d4 is playable for white as well.
That's what I mean.
How
Both
about,
knight d4 and CD look fine.
Okay, how about cd4, f5?
Yeah.
Okay, CD4 was played.
CD4 played. By the way, we've got some viewers just, bouncing in and out for 3 minutes. They want to know what the eval bar is right now, the dojo eval bar. We're going to average the three of us right now, just as a test case. I'm going to say -0.1. Go. No, I'm going to say 0.00. I take it back. You guys. And then we'll do an average.
Okay. I'll be the villain. I'll say point three for black.
Okay. -0.3.
It all depends on Naka's next move. I'm beginning to think that maybe Naka is thinking about d5 here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to say Naka is at 0.5 because I felt like that was what it was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I didn't understand ED4 at all, I trust Naka. He's got some idea, man. I'm still looking for said idea.
Okay.
I did not understand knight d4. This one, maybe I understand with d5.
All right. So, folks, the dojo eval bar is at -0.26666.
There we have it.
Yeah, for what it's worth.
We have two moves. We have d5.
ED's insane.
There's d5, there's c5, there's who knows what he's got. There's just knight f4 and leave the sort of amorphous center for now.
Okay, the argument for the way by d5 is if you take, I'm doing great because knight d5 and you can't take on c7 because your coconut on a2 is hanging, right?
Yeah, d5 played.
D5 played. I called it. I'm a GM today, buddy. Now, I definitely think black is better, and a lot of it has to do with just time. The rook on a2 needs help, And now the knight on e3 is really not going to be the f5 square is not as much of a thing.
It's completely gone as a thing.
And our knight on h5, not when it comes to f4, it has the additional idea of knight e6 later as well. So I definitely like black. And so this was pretty cool, this ed4 move. I would have not have considered it. I still don't know what he would have done on knight d4. I'm certain he had some idea. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Do we think about bishop d4? Just trading the bishop?
I'm gonna look at that position. I mean, that also makes me,
because that feels like kind of logical based on what he's doing right now with d5. So maybe you just wanted, because he's well, to me it looks like, yeah, he's playing against the dark squared bishop for white.
And maybe close to maybe just a simple d5 then, not even taking on d4.
Maybe without taking on d4.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys
okay.
talking about knight takes d4 instead?
Right. So knight d4 and then either Costa's bishop d4 or just d5 directly, just because I don't want to give up my g7 bishop so fast. Okay. That's why this dude is a super GM and I'm a chump.
Super GM, man. I mean, this is not obvious, but I like d5 there against knight takes d4 as well. So live position is he's played d5 here. And honestly, Vidit has as much time on the clock here as he did yesterday at move 10. So
better.
He played a few moves here without hesitating forever, right? A few important moves here. Knight e3, d4, c takes d4. He didn't spend his whole life savings on knight d4 versus c d4. He just said, like, well, whatever. I'll play one of these. Now he's played e5. Also very quickly. So I guess he likes to spend his time on uncalculable positions, and then when he gets to calculable positions, he's like, yeah, it doesn't look so hard. He plays something.
Yeah, I like black's game now. Knight f4. Now it's, it was always going to be a good piece. And, the rook on a2 has to fix its lifestyle. We have ideas of c5 later. Maybe the critical variation, though, is knight f4, rook a3. That's an additional option that rook now has because of ED-CD.
Yeah. And a c3.
Yeah. By the way, Jesse, we're hearing reports that Firouzja placed his knight on c4.
Wow. Could go to c4.
You're a super GM.
His position's interesting if we want to go there for a sec.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All of this game.
So I called everything with the bishop h3, but that f4 move made me nervous. But now it seems like he's consolidated it. With queen c6, though, Jan is trying to say that f5 is on the table now.
Trying to trick him. Although
f5 as well as
knight
bishop
takes
c7.
d6. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and
It's
say
playable.
white is definitely better in this position. And if he wants the simple path now, he could play bishop takes d7 and f5.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That would be the simple path for white.
That's a good path, Jesse. I approve of that. It matches
So that way we get
my prior biases.
But I think white should also consider trading on d6 if you're going to go that route. I would strongly consider just the pure.
You want to go full opposite colors.
Yeah, because also, look, if you don't trade on d6, the knight does get hit. Like black goes bishop c7 and then a6, b5.
Good. Yeah. Put that on the board, David, because that might be a strategically lost position.
With the knight trade, too?
Yeah, just rip it all off and play f5.
Ripping off all the band-aids at once.
So it's a very simple situation, right? Opposite color bishops, the initiative has the advantage, and g4, h4, g5 is coming.
Yeah.
Bishop on h7 is a chump. It's hitting a wall. White is it. Yeah, you could either call it clearly better or strategically winning. I prefer the phrase strategically winning.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe black could try to survive with a move like g5.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
At a moment
but
where white's not poised to en passant.
right. But that's not going to be the friendliest position. I think that's what he's probably calculating.
Also on g5, if white goes f6, you might still just be in a body bag as black. If white can just support,
Body bag, bro.
yeah, like on your way to the morgue,
But
but not yet.
Yeah,
in the
no, we got
coffin.
it. We got it, dude. It's
Okay.
brutal.
So if white can defend the pawn on f6, then nobody's coming to support this king, right? And I mean, h4 is a pretty obvious pawn break.
F6 is pretty killer. Rook F1,
he's in a body
H4.
bag, bro.
Yeah.
Yo,
So-
F6 is a good move.
So it's like rook e6, rook f1, rook c8, queen.
Now I'll tell you what Ali Reyes' worst enemy though is time, buddy. You're gonna need your time. Move.
David, maybe A5 for white on Rook C8.
Okay. Oh, stopping rook c6. So b5.
I guess you got B5. Well, that's less fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
All right, here's what makes sense. Rook f2. We just need to keep that f pawn Kostya. Bishop
Wait, why aren't you
g5.
playing H4 though? Just play H4.
Because he'll just take on h4.
No, and then I'll play G4.
Oh, and then we take on h6 or do anything. Yeah, okay.
or just
I was-
G4. Then I still play G5.
I was
you
gonna
know?
just do this. Look at this. I just defend the f pawn. I give the whole bishop, but h4 is much better.
Why are you giving up my beautiful bishop, boss?
Because I'm winning.
I don't believe it. Let's go H4 and then we keep our bishop.
Yeah, it's even better with the bishop, but this position's still winning. All right,
I don't
go
think. Why would it be winning? Black can just move the king to the queen side.
Queen h5.
I mean, bishop, like start with bishop G6 and
Bishop
king just-
g6. Okay.
runs away.
Oh, dude. Oh, Kostya, can you give us a
Yes.
YouTube video for to see the facial expressions that Jan is pulling?
Yeah. Let's find.
I'm
it.
really into the whole like body language thing now that we had the seminar from Eugene yesterday.
That was fun, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Well, and you gotta, guys, when you go to the YouTube thing, make sure to quickly close the YouTube chat because people love just posting engine eval. So here's the link.
I'm here to see his face, dog.
But yeah, Firouzja looking good. Got the Dahmer glasses back.
To me, this knight
Go
takes
all
d6.
Jeffrey Dahmer on Nepos.
Dude, he's had the Dahmer glasses every single time. What do you mean?
But today he really looks like a Dahmer on the board.
That's toxicity right there. Yeah, dude, near my mom's house.
Nepo's gone. Yeah, it's not Nepo's turn, so he's not at the board.
He'll come back.
Make faces in the snack room.
Ali Reza likes his position, dude. You can tell by his expressions. He's like,
Well, he's a King's Indian guy. He's played lots of King's Indian.
yeah.
He's played lots of everything just because he's logged so many games.
Yeah,
Right?
also true.
It's all over it. But Kostya, this knight takes d6. That was a very interesting insight from you. That the good knight versus the bad bishop, but eventually bishop c7, a6, b5 is going to disrupt you. So you just simplify it down to the pure opposite colored bishops and then just go for an attack.
And the other thing that's a detail that might matter is we can decide whether we want the queen on d6 or d7.
Right.
And it probably does make a difference.
Oh my goodness. Knight takes d6 first. Potentially. Here,
Right.
here.
Yeah.
And then the queen's not covering f6 and h6.
Somehow that feels more accurate. Knight d6 first.
Yeah.
One argument or concern there is when you do David's f6 move, then the queen at least could play queen h3 then. And I don't know if that's meaningful, but that would be a concern. Okay, here he comes.
Oh, he's reaching.
He's
He's
reaching.
reaching for the bishop, I think. Bishop
Oh,
on
he's
D6.
thinking about it.
Wow,
Almost touched it.
Dang.
Saruwan says that when you do that, you got to take it, buddy. It's just your intention was there. He didn't touch it, but you touched it with your mind.
Maybe he said Jadub in his mind too.
But he's thinking, he's like, if I do this, am I a Tausch Machina? Like, no, Faruja, you still got lots of pieces on the board. Don't worry about it. You can trade.
Yeah.
Knight d6 was played. All right.
Oh, let's go.
Wow. Incredible. Now, Kostya, you're like an ultra super GM to me. That was just, I can't believe it.
Oh, yeah, I call that one quickly, too.
Can't believe it.
Faruja can't even believe it. I can't believe he just gave up his knight like that.
Now, Kostya, just intuitively, what level of toast is black after queen d6, bishop d7, f5?
I actually didn't. To me, it's very dependent on tempo. So let's play through one line and then we can judge based off that. So let's say like queen d6, bishop d7, queen d7. White goes f5. Black plays f6. White goes g4. Black goes king h8. White goes h4. Black goes bishop g8.
Wait, he said g5. King f7, by the way, definitely is a thought.
Maybe king f7. Maybe
his
king
direction.
f7.
I misguessed his direction.
No. Actually, king f7 could be very smart.
Okay.
Okay, we can look at this one first. So bishop g8, g5.
Okay.
And
this looks miserable, bro.
So and now, what does this depend on?
So one question is like, yeah, actually, I don't think there are many questions. I was thinking like bishop f7, g6. Is that completely winning? But you just take on h6.
The questions are over, young man. The questions are over.
So this is clearly good for white. So let's try king f7.
Bishop d7 played.
Instant, yeah. Okay, here come the face. Comes the face.
Yeah, I think king f7 has got to be it. An f5 played, great.
Yeah.
And dude has had time to think about it. Yeah. Oh, I'm loving this round, dude. This
hot. Man, Kostya really called this game too. Faruja, knight f3, b3. This is the moment he takes out the guy who wins every single candidate, mainly because of Faruja.
Wild card, baby.
Wow.
So I want to say something. I think black, the most prudent thing here is f6, king f7, and run the thing.
Okay.
But one of the things I want to say about that is just because the king might like get out of dodge a little bit, it doesn't mean that our attack still penetrates through the king side, which is our side of the board, right? So and then bishop on h7 is still really bad, still hitting a run. So in general, I still think black is toast here, but this is, I think, what's got to be played here.
Yeah. All right, for those just joining us, what's the dojo eval on the live position here after 22 f5?
I'm going to say plus 0.1 strategically winning.
Plus 1.0 then, right?
Yeah.
Oh, plus 1.
Plus 1, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was also thinking, I don't know, I'd go like plus 0.8.
Okay.
I'm going to go plus 1.3.
Abdul says 1.7. Kevin James, 1.5.
We're going to... I have to average all of chat? Uh-oh.
You don't have to have some chat.
All right. The dojo eval was 1.033333, for those wondering. The sensei eval.
Sensei eval.
But yeah, now Nepo has to go for a walk, it feels like.
Oh, you mean with his king? I thought he was going to like leave the board and think about it again.
Yeah, it was king. Yeah, time to take the king out for a stroll.
All right, we've got the most bold evaluation in the entire dojo, -2, 2-point decisive advantage for black here from Basuai.
Ooh, I've got a cool idea actually after f6, dude. How about if f6, I play queen h5, and if you play queen f7, I hit you with ye old queen g4 and say your king is not getting out, my friend.
Maybe.
Oh, that's a welcome to the dojo moment right there.
Yeah, like king h8, and then you go start with like h4.
No, king h8, we just say you're never coming out, boss. You know, you're in the hole deep.
Isn't our plan we gotta go g4, g5 at some point?
Oh yeah, but once you're on king h8, you're not doing anything anymore. Because your whole scheme there was to use your tempi to get your king way on the other side of the board. Because
Yeah.
my machine can't be stopped.
Yeah.
My machine is deep.
I think the thought would be when you move your queen out of the way of g4, you can try and reverse gears. Although having spent a move walking all the way in the wrong direction with king h8, you might not make it now. It's interesting.
I'm just going to play bishop d2. I can take my time now. I just have to make sure now that you can't organize an effective, like, weird g6 or g5 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just pure pain here.
Give him some of the pure stuff.
So yeah, Nepo's thinking about it. There's the g5 desperation move, and then there's f6. And yeah, my sense is like somehow he didn't see this. I don't know, man. He didn't see this coming. Oh my gosh.
Jan
And this was
is a
by no
great
means
defender.
like a forced deal here that Black had to fall for this.
If anyone would save it, it would be Nepo, and he has moved. He did not tank too much.
He played f6, yeah.
Played f6.
Now we're gonna see. Now we're gonna see if we got queen h5. Now, Ali Reza, buddy, listen to me very clearly. You need to move, boss. You need to move. One nice thing actually about White's position is even if he didn't find queen h5, or he's got some other idea, the moves are mostly easy to play. I'm worried though that he won't play them quickly.
No, he just pushed g4.
He pushed g4.
He heard you, Jesse.
He didn't hear me about queen h5 though. I think he missed it though, because queen h5 was strong.
Well, we
That was
should have
a
had Eugene
strong-
in the balcony shouted from. Perugia, queen h5.
Hey, Papa. What's that?
I really don't like g4. My eval just went down, by the way. Just went down a little bit.
Because of king f7?
Because of king f7, and also like there are thoughts for Black to also organize like rook g8 and the potential g5. But I definitely think king f7 is the move here.
Yeah, but I'm not sure Black's in time. Like king f7 on the board.
I
White's
really-
gonna go h4.
I
really
called that
liked-
one, buddy.
I really
called
liked
that.
the move bishop d2 last move as well. Instead of g4 or queen h5. I thought bishop d2, nothing could be wrong with that.
Okay, wait. Let me just before I get too ahead of myself. I think the claim is really simple. With Ali Reza, he's saying, buddy, you're not in time to escape. So king e7, g5, and
Right.
I still got questions though. I got a lot of questions. Like king e7, g5. I could very much consider giving you the h6 pawn and just playing king d8.
Yeah, but I would think if whether we go hg or not, if White gets g6, bishop g8, and then you start playing on the queen side,
I don't
That
think
feels
I don't
tough,
think you're
right?
guaranteed to open me over there though.
yeah, I don't know, maybe.
So
Seems like
David,
it could
let's
still be very
put the
cool.
moves king e7, g5 on the board.
Okay. It looks like he's going to push the pawns even if the king's not there, and even without spending a moment to connect his rooks or anything, right? He thinks the king
Well,
side belongs to him no matter what.
Well, I actually, David, I want to just say I think it's a little more tempo dependent. So like if we had spent a tempo on bishop d2, then king d8, here he's saying that Black has real coconut problems right now. Because if you play hg, then Kostya's g6 move is going to be really good, I think. So the only thing I'm thinking of for black here is maybe king d8, sack the pawn, and say that our rook g8 is kind of cool. I don't know how cool it is though. It actually is kind of a chump. You get one check, rook g8, and I go king h2, and then what do you want? So maybe this. So I like my queen h5, but this might be fine too.
Yeah, it looks tough. Also, Jesse, like if the king ran to the queen side, there is the move a5 for Fallujah still on the board, right? A5, and then when black goes b5, you go a6, and the bishop, if the bishop's on d2, we've got c3 and b4 to explode all that. Rook a5, like you can play the whole board potentially.
Yeah,
It's not like
okay.
there's just one shot to do anything. And Merles wants to throw in the move a5 as well. Many-time winner of dojo tournaments, Merles, aka Blunderfest. So,
Okay, so my dojo e-draw is still like +1.
yeah, Jesse, can you explain this for somebody?
Yeah.
Patrick's saying if we're evacuating with the king, right?
I like the word evacuating. Yeah.
Then why not trade the h-pawn and then run? Like, what's the issue with trading the h-pawn? And I know you already have a reason for it, so explain it.
Yeah. So if you go HG, maybe it's your best shot, by the way. Okay. HG, king d8. The position after g6 looks très miserable because I necessarily now win the battle of the h file. And now Merle's move a5 looks nice to make sure that I'm always guaranteed an in on the queen side.
Yeah. So, Patrick, if we didn't have h takes g played by black, then Jesse would say g6 is not really a big threat for white because after bishop g8, white can't ever open the king side, and the position could end up being a draw no matter how much extra space you have.
By the way, that position, I mean, I'd still want white there.
There might still be something.
White there. But, I'd rather have the H file open.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, guys, if we don't take on g5 and we get g6, bishop g8, can't white just go like queen h5, bishop h6, and just like run the pawns?
Maybe,
like,
yeah. That would be a real welcome to the dojo
bishop is
sack.
just like stuck,
That would be
just
the
looks
plan. Just set up the bishop takes h6 sack.
That's cold,
The
man.
bishop
That's
on
cold.
g8 can't move, so they can't even move any pieces over there to stop your
Oh,
plans.
dude, that's so cold. That's the kind of thing I generally lack the courage to do, but that looks real brutal.
To
That
commit
looks
to
real
something
brutal.
like that.
Yeah, it's just so like plodding and like David's favorite word, inexorable. We're gonna take on h6 boss. We're gonna play h5, h6. We're gonna say welcome to the dojo.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that's nice.
Also, your opponent can see it coming from like 10 moves away. So generally it's hard, and we're not, I think Jesse, Kosi, and I, we're not used to beating our opponents with something that they can see coming. Like if we just tell them this is like my plan, you see, like I played g6, now I'm going to set up for bishop takes h6 in about 3 or 4 moves, and then 8 moves after that I'm going to play h6, h7. It's very rare that we can beat other masters when they can see everything we're doing coming in advance.
Okay, a couple questions. We got, how stupid is rook h8 to stop that? Pretty bad, because then g6, bishop g8, then your rook is not a player anymore.
Yeah.
He's done. Forget about it. Then we had another interesting one, though, maybe a5 from black to just prevent a5. And then maybe, but the drawback there is, first of all, it's a tempo, and your king is not yet to d8. And the other point is now, at some point, you might actually want to play on the queen side too. But here, g5, it looks just so horrendous. It looks so bad after, boom. Oh, God.
But the question is, do we have room to break through, right?
And one thing, though, that it brings up is like what I meant by very tempo dependent. If black gets a couple moves, yes, he should be safe. So that's what I meant. Like there was 2 plans, right? There was the standard g4 and my queen h5. With this one, it's like, we better make sure, because that resource on the queen side with a5 is a big part of the position.
I have one defensive idea here, Jesse, in this exact position after,
Uh-huh.
even with the tempo lost on a5, not lost,
Uh-huh.
but, spent.
Yeah.
HG, HG, G6. Is this truly dead?
That's some big coconuts you're bringing there, buddy.
Yeah, there was a movie that I really loved with one of my favorite actors, The Rock, and he says, "Stand tall and always have a big coconut." That was like the tagline for the movie. So
Go get that down.
Thank you for that.
You're making that up, bro. Give me a break.
No.
Always have a big coconut.
the movie was called something like Standing Tall. It wasn't called The Big Coconut, but they could have called it The Coconut Movie, I suppose.
Hey guys, body language update. Nepo definitely feeling the pressure.
Yeah, let me go
This
look.
is the longest he's been at the board like all game.
Yeah.
After h4. In this position, David has, my first thought is gf6,
To break
followed by
dark
bishop
squares.
h6.
Yeah.
Ali raises in what Eugene would call deep focus mode. Oh, I don't know if this is true, but he's got a coffee cup, and I think it's got a phoenix on it. I have to get a better look, but he's got that amazing phoenix tattoo, claiming that he's gone down so many times, but he's coming back. I don't know if you're coming back today, though, buddy.
Yeah.
David, your idea with G6, it's implausible, but that's the kind of thing he's thinking about now because the situation is desperation.
Yeah. All right. I take on F5, Ghost you.
And maybe
Big coconut there.
Oh, yeah, he's nervous, man. Dude, Nepo hasn't lost a game in forever.
it's
The
sharp.
candidates.
Sharp. Now I'm wishing we had played bishop d2 before g5. But it could still be good for white. I guess I'm just feeling lazy to. But there's moves. We got bishop h6. We have queen h3.
Queen H3.
Maybe queen h3.
A big multi-purpose move.
Yeah.
All right. But now, rook g8 check.
King f2.
King f2. And you know who's going to take control of the dark squares? Mein
White.
König! The king. He steps forward and defends the dark squares before that bishop gets to g7.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
It's big mess. The kings are like staring at each other like who knows? Anyway, that's the kind of line that could be controversial, right? Versus lines where you know for sure that you're lost. Nepo definitely has not lost a game in this candidate's Andrew Pennell, nor in the second candidate's that he won. So the last time he lost was the last round 2 candidates tournaments ago.
All right, we have people in both chats saying queen h3 was the move for white in that position after g6. I guess when
wild
both
G6
chats are
move.
saying something, they probably they're probably correct.
Oh, I'm sure they're always correct when chat says something. Queen h3.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking king g8, and I'm not strong enough to just immediately say white's winning, but
but
I mean, should be good for white.
Oh, it's the double threat. I can't go rook h8 here because of fg6 check. And I lose more than coconuts there. Nice move. Nice move, chat. Okay, well, that's some of the lovely stuff that Nepo has to consider here after h4. I would be shocked if he played a5. I don't... It was just an idea we were toying with, but I think when the battle is this close, nobody's off playing stuff on the other side of the board. I don't think he feels like he's got the tempo to spare. I could see White playing a5 for sure, because the threat of AB opening up the rook is, where does the black king run? I could see White playing a5. It feels like a tempo move where black would have to answer b5. I don't see black feeling like he's got the time for this.
Dude, we got to go look at the Vidit Naka game, man.
All right.
Things have happened, and they're going to get faster and faster.
We were at e5, rook c8 going for the dynamics.
Yeah, so by the way, he did not play knight f4 right away. He was like, nope, I'm going to bust your nose open on the c file first. Rook a3, c5, pop, pop, and no rook c3 now.
Wow. Even though he had the rook a3 move, he just showed full restraint with that thing. I think maybe he doesn't play rook c3, Jesse, because of d4. Hitting his knight and, advancing and...
But look at this, dude. Rook c3, d4, rook c5, de. Holy moly.
Rook c7.
That's dark, dude. That's dark. Okay.
Rook c7.
Oh, there's that? Uh-oh. Well, I'm wrong about that then.
Yeah.
So rook c3, d4, rook c5, bc. I don't know about that. Then I got knight c4.
I was going to give you all of that. Yeah. Why? I just don't have any positional class, I guess. That looks stupid now.
Never went to the Soviet chess school.
Nope. I didn't go to any chess school, in fact.
Maybe though a simple way is on rook c3, I could still play knight f4, and you can't take twice because of knight d3. But still, that's no reason to play, rooks, queen d1, the passive. Now we got knight f4. Okay, here's his intention. Vidit wants b4, claiming that this is going to save his soul.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I just want to admit this looks messy.
Yeah, the position should still be close to equal. I mean, it's just a mess, but nobody's done anything terrible. Neither player has done anything really terrible, nor if you look at their position, is it riddled with problems.
I think Naka's maybe a little upset at this position, man, because he had a great position earlier, and this is just a little bit, this just looks unclear to me, dude.
Yeah. Good. We're figuring out our eval bit by bit.
Okay, one potential, very serious, simple idea for Naka is maybe even sack the pawn on a5, and let me tell the idea first, because there's a bunch of different ways black can do it. Is we're going to play just for the brutalistic d4, d3.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we hit him with, my confidence level is not high on. Oh gosh.
But I do think Naka is in better form right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a little bit more time.
Yeah.
And the position is not going to get any clearer anytime soon.
He can cope well. He can cope well.
This is a big moment though, like, because if you play rook c8, dude's going to take your pawn on a5, and then you need an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I have said idea. So rook c8, ba, bishop a5, then I play knight c6, and I'm either going to win the pawn on e5, or if you play bishop c3, I'll have d4. I do believe that white is completely...
d4? White can
because I'm touching your coconut. So, okay. Let's just make sure we're on the same page here, Bob.
Do I have the right position? Or what's...
So, yeah, so if you play bishop c3 now, I'll have d4. Oh, I don't have d4?
Well, I don't know. I'm counting 3 white defenders and 2 black defenders, but I'm assuming you have a GM tactic.
No, dude. I just chump over here, man.
You just thought you had the square. Okay.
Anyways, I want to say something. So if on B4, if we have to play AB, I'm just going to make the claim that white is totally fine. Totally fine. Because the
Let's
bishop's
look at this position after bishop a5 for a sec, because it
Yeah,
does
yeah.
feel like
Good.
white stuff is hanging.
It does feel like it. Okay, let's look. I don't know.
Need a puzzle rush here. If I was a puzzle rush, what would I be?
After knight c6, bishop c3, you don't control d4, but you do control e5. Do you want to take that pawn?
It's just not, this is nothing impressive if I take that thing, right?
Okay. Okay. I miss. Yeah. Okay.
I think Naka's messing up, man.
One of the ways to win in chess is to capture your opponent's pieces.
Take their coconuts?
Yeah.
Oh, things are getting hot, dude. I think Naka did push a little too far here.
Okay. Well, just to see if we're still in the range of equality, let's just put knight e5, knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e5, rook e5 on the board, right?
I mean, intuitively, it would, knight g4, white could dream about being better. I don't know.
Knight g4, the rook on a3, it's sort of in the game. Knight f6, knight h6, queen e5 coming. Looks fine for white. Looks fine.
Kimono's too open for black.
Yeah, Holly, I mean, it's possible for Naka to win this tournament without winning any black games at this point. He doesn't have to win this, He'll have to win another 2 games at some point in the tournament. It doesn't have to be this one. He should have 3 whites remaining, probably.
Oh,
By
rook
the way,
e1, rook c1. Yeah, that's a nice one.
Firouzja didn't commit to that g5 move, but it was king e7, then rook e2, and Firouzja's saying, I'm going to slow play it because I'm worried about weird g6 things. This will give black time, though, to improve the position with king d8, and if we want to play the nasty a5 move.
You went king d6. Oh, man.
Yeah. That makes sense. We got to bring.
You got to defend the dark squares.
You got to defend the dark squares, boss.
The buck stops here.
Mama said.
By the way, a5 is very double-edged because when you play it, you are enabling b5, and then black will have at least an idea with c4 at some point.
Right.
Also,
and
the
that
pawn on
idea means the
a6
bishop comes back to life. The h7 bishop has a way out.
And the pawn on a6, if that was the idea, like a5, b5, a6, it's a little abstract. We're not immediately cracking black open.
But what about b4 right now?
Oh my God, of course, yeah.
We got our open lines.
b4,
Fitted
just
style.
take it.
So if you take, then I want a5 and bishop d2. Firouzja, look at Vidit's game.
It's complicated.
Firouzja,
B4
why
and
did you play
A5?
queen h5, dude? Jeez, Melise. Those glasses are so dumb.
He makes them work.
So dumb, dude. So dumb.
King on d6.
Come on, Firouzja. Wipe him. Waste him.
What do they say? King on d6, there are no tricks? Nothing you could ever do as white when your opponent's king gets to d6, right? No tactics.
That's right, dude. That's
King on d6 can't be fixed.
King on d6, there are no tricks.
That's grimmer.
I don't think white's ready for b4 yet, honestly. Like, we have to figure out our situation on the king side first.
How about this? a5, b5, b4.
All right, you just went bishop d2.
There we go, bishop d2. He's a slow play.
All
He's
right.
like, I want to play g5 on my time.
That's the move I
But
wanted
maybe
like
that
6
means
moves ago.
maybe that means on a5 he wants c3.
Uh-huh.
No, he just wants to bring his rook in, so g5 is going to come with a little bit more oomph. We need our
Okay.
pieces when we decide to break.
So you think against a5 he might just go like rook f1, rook g2 and just play the king
Well,
side?
I'm gonna say the obvious. I don't know if Black needs to play a5, but Fallujah has consolidated the position significantly with these last couple moves by White because it's given him time to get out of dodge. So I don't think it's nearly as bad as it was a couple moves ago. And maybe
Okay.
some variation like what you guys were talking about with some crazy G5, HG, G6 is what concerned him.
Mm-hmm.
But then definitely we needed Queen H5. I said from the beginning, if you're going to do this plan, it's tempo dependent, I said.
Right.
Like you need to get it off, and he didn't get it off.
What's weird to me is that he played g4, h4. The guy played 2 very obvious moves, running the king away from, the burning fire. And then he just said, "Oh yeah, well, never mind."
Yeah.
It's weird to me, the g4, h4, and then nothing.
Sometimes I get the feeling that Fallujah is like a bit indecisive, similar to how Prague was indecisive against Nepo. You guys remember like Prague, he had this like Queen E5 move, and apparently he saw
Oh,
everything in the press
A5 lost
conference.
A5, and he made a face like, no, maybe you don't get me now.
Yeah.
Oh, he looked at him. He looked at his ridiculous glasses,
Yeah.
saw through those ridiculous golden
Oh,
frames.
Yeah.
Said,
Fallujah, you had a
hello.
chance. You had to go B4.
Yeah. Oh
But
man.
yeah, I get the feeling Fallujah, if he like doesn't see the kill all the way till the end, then he like slows down and he's like, no, I need to keep the tension. Rook E2, Bishop D2. Let me not force things yet. Let's run some time off the clock, then we'll force things.
Yeah. But I agree also, like the dojo eval is plummeting because Jesse thinks Black's largely gotten away. I think so too.
Well, I guess it depends on, yeah, whether G5 is just always always a threat no matter when white pulls it off.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna do it someday, but if the king is safe over there on A7,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a little bit. You're at the most gonna have one weakness to toy with.
Yeah, I mean, remember how tricky that G5, HG, HG, G6 was? Like, it looked like just really messy, right? With the king far away from there for black, it's going to be messy as well. And maybe an important point, white can't just run the king over to the queen side to make G5 simpler for white. Because if both kings are on the queen side, black will just play, B5, A4 at some point when you put your rooks on the G file to play G5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just want to give you guys an update. So Naka did play rook CC8, so we have a pawn sack going down. Dojo does not understand it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Then we haven't talked at all about Gukesh Vidit. We're going to call that. That's probably going to be a draw, my friends. We can go to that later. Fabi, dude, nah, it's been a no progresso soup over there. And if anything, dude, maybe White could think about being better someday.
Can't we say Gukesh is better against Prague this entire game? Slightly better, plus 0.3 or
I
something?
was starting to like Gukesh's position
The
for
whole
sure.
time
Okay.
he's a bit
Feels
better.
like he's got the better bishop, and then you got the middle game again with the opposite color
Yeah.
bishops.
I mean, he's
Put your
even
rook
got
on
the move.
F6 here for fun.
He's even got the move Rook F6 here, right? And what are you
I
doing?
know.
Rook A6? I guess
Rook
Rook
F6
A6.
looks.
Vidit took on BA, so here it comes.
Okay.
I might be blowing this.
I think Fabi will find a way. Still have faith.
All right. So the Fabi game we haven't kept up with. C5, C4. I got that one, Jesse, right? Knight D2, C4 immediately for Nijat.
I don't know if you earned like genius credit for that, boss, but
No.
yes, you got
I'm
it.
not asking for any credit. I'm not asking for any norms or anything, but he prioritized getting this bishop out.
Yeah. I don't see any problems for Nijat anymore, dude.
Nice.
In particular, like now Fabi's the one who has to worry. He can't. Okay, so You got to be a little careful about rook b5 and some kind of tricks with c4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think they work at the moment. But the other thing is, like, at some point, rook b5 is going to come, boss, and then what do? You want knight e5? Maybe he's maybe relying on some tactic like that. But like, white's the one who gets to decide.
Mm-hmm.
So white is not worse. I think white might be. I'd rather be white, I think, dude.
No, you still got isolated pawns for white. It's playable.
Yeah, but I'm gonna play rook b5 someday, and how are you gonna defend your nut?
I feel like we should have a scoreboard that tracks how many moves each of us predicts throughout the show, and then we can see like who wins at the end of the day.
By the
That's
way,
gonna
I
make
think
it
maybe
so competitive.
here's a question. So Fabi just played rook hc1, h6, and then rook ab1. Why not knight e5 instead of h6?
Yeah, h6 was way too calm for me. And why not f6 instead of h6 if you just want to try and convince everyone you're a cool guy and you're just
Okay,
totally
I
chilled
think
out?
here's my potential answer. That on knight e5, Fabi's afraid of the dead equality on bishop e5, rook d2, king e1.
Mm-hmm.
But like, remember we were talking about how if you try too hard against a boss up, that's his chance to maybe win the frickin' game.
Yeah.
Because rook ab1, simple move from a boss up. He's like, buddy, someday I'm gonna play rook b5, and then what do you want?
But also, Jesse, imagine if f6 instead of h6 and you play knight e5. White can't even take it. It would lose a piece.
Yeah.
So you don't even have to use fancy tactics or nothing, right? You play f6, which is just basic positional play against this bishop. Gets rid of back rank mate. King can centralize if the moment comes, which is possible. And then you just play knight e5 and go after the 2 weak light squares.
Maybe I can imagine, like now as well as after f6, f4 is not a ridiculous move.
Okay. Maybe not, but a little bit controversial, right? Bishop g4.
Knight f3.
You go to knight f3. Okay. Terrible two-step back to f5.
Terrible two-step. Fossey giving me the terrible two-step. By the way, in you're doing this f6 instead of h6. I see what you.
Do you know the origin of the terrible two-step?
No, dude, I don't know.
I think it's like from your favorite chess magazine, Chess Life. Back in the day, it was all I had, and some guy, and at some point, I think they published little like 1-page short stories in the back of the magazine, and somebody wrote some story about Perry the Pawn Pusher, some Potzer at his local club, who had like written a pamphlet, and every game he played E3, E5, E4, the terrible two-step, and he thought it gave White a huge advantage.
Terrible two-step.
The author, Mexican I am, Julio Estrada Nieto.
Even after all these years, it gets me.
Oh, man. I just want to say I don't understand Fabi's move h6 at all. It's like that was the move, like, you got your setup, now it's time to do something. And h6, it don't do much. It don't do a whole lot, Fabi.
Yeah, terrible two-steps, Dritman, mostly come up in a positive sense in endgame triangulations, But I've come up with all kinds of situations where you can do terrible two-steps. Throughout my life, it's like a refrain in my head. And this one here, I misplaced the white knight. I terrible two-stepped my way to f5.
Yeah.
Anyway, there we are.
Another
F6,
basic
rook
answer
b1.
to f6 could be to play rook. The rook would have been on a1, and you could have played like rook a2 or something.
Yeah.
So that would have been a way to deal with f6, but
Yeah.
I think Fabi's just not interested in 95 at all.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying, dude, I need to waste this fool, and 95 will always, or just in general, is not going to be it.
So,
But Fabi, I don't.
What is it?
Yeah, what is it though, boss? What is it? Fabi went down yesterday so miserably. Uh, and it just feels like it doesn't feel good right now here for black pieces either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a collapse. Oh man, it was rushing collapse from Fabi yesterday, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was shocking. But it's Naka though, he was clearly feeling it that game.
Yeah.
Like,
It wasn't
Local
completely
fan says
shocking because like the competition's really tough, right? And Naka's a good player and it's happened before and this kind of thing happens, you know? Sometimes you get outplayed a little bit.
local fan thinks H6 somehow sets up 95.
So 95 here we're saying.
Well, I don't know.
I would think F6 is more setting up 95 because
Well,
then
that's
bishop
what David
E5,
said, dude.
E2.
Yeah.
Uh, it was just losing a piece, right, for white. So you wouldn't even have bishop E5.
Okay, but David, let me take back something I said. So
Sure.
let's just give Goko fan a chance here. So
Yeah.
if 95, first of all, he could have done it uh without H6, as far as I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's some dirty back rank thing he's thinking about. But anyways, now 95, if bishop E5, rook D2, king E1, I was thinking that maybe it was just dead equal. However, maybe I'm getting it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, am I getting it, boss, or am I just making it up? So imagine rook A2, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we make a claim like after rook B7, we're going to say white's toast after rook DD2. Is that true? I'm not entirely certain. Like bishop G3, you don't win the F2 coconut.
No.
But in any case, I can imagine making a claim here. Like, you could play rook E2, king F1, and rook to C2, and you are going to win the C4 coconut.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, but I mean you've traded 2 coconuts for 1. It hardly
Boss,
feels winning.
I'm just trying to make
Yeah,
it
yeah.
sense.
Yeah. I understand. I was also looking for a good move for the rook here or for some kind of follow-up on this attack.
Yeah, okay, but I guess knight E. Besides 95, it's hard to even find a move for Mr. Black. Wait a second. I don't think I like it, but you may. No, I was thinking about knight B4, but I just don't like it.
Yeah. Fabi's deep in thought. He's behind on the clock.
Got behind on the clock yesterday, too.
Yeah, not good vibes. Come on, Fabi. Remember who you are. You're 2800, Fabi.
Bobby, remember that time you lost to Kostya Kavutsky, dude?
Dude, I ruined Fabi's tournament. I ruined Naka's tournament.
He
I
probably
gotta
does
stop.
remember that. Like it's pretty recent, Kostya. There might have been a time during this candidates tournament where he was sitting at the board thinking about his position. And suddenly he remembered the game he blew against you.
Yeah, it's like, how did I lose that game?
Yeah.
So bishop F5 played. And here white can play the prudent rook B2 or the ambitious rook B5. After rook B2, it's hard to imagine white ever having a problem. On rook B5, maybe the knight E5 thing will then be a thing,
Mm-hmm.
The thing will be a thing.
Yeah.
Another obvious question is E4, but then maybe we're going to make a claim about a later knight D4 then. So
Yeah. Or an immediate knight D4.
Or an immediate rook
or an
B2,
immediate knight
bishop
D4, good move,
B4.
yeah. So yeah, rook
Whoa.
B2 or rook B5 seem like the moves. Fabi, you got to start moving. This round, dude. This round is going to be hectic time scrambles for everybody.
Yeah. Oh, and Perugia, he just pushed G5. And Vidit snagged the pawn. Man.
It's eating over here. Takes. Yum. Naka's thinking about what's my follow-up. And did Gukesh put a rook on f6? No.
So
Finer
yeah,
positional
Naka's
play.
thinking about that same question. Like we was like, wait, where's my compensation? Dude, where's my compensation?
Oh, he just puts the pressure on that bishop on b7. This feels like another fine game. Seriously, I think he's got a lot of pressure.
Oh, you remember I was making fun of somebody for letting their rook get entombed on h8?
Yeah.
Check it out here.
Oh, he's allowing it.
Ali Reza could entomb the rook forever
Yeah.
with
Oh,
g6 now.
do it, Reza.
That,
I don't know though, but how do you I get okay, so then the obvious claim is if we entomb the thing,
yeah.
the claim is that white then has to organize c3.
Right.
But you're up a rook. So if you open the position in any way, we are
Yeah.
going to be winning.
Right.
You can even give up a bishop in some cases because then you'd be up more than the exchange because it's like black's rook and bishop are not on the queen side.
Let me just say I believe in the position for white after g6. I believe in it.
Okay. I also think that Hallie's suggestion looks pretty convincing, which is you take on h6 and you play h5. Permanent weakness on h6, right? I mean, just poof, that's the kind of weakness that you don't need the principle of two weaknesses, right? One weakness is bad enough. And when black goes bishop f7, you just park a rook on g6. You just win the game.
I feel like black, okay, so it's move 28. Everything that black did up till move 28, I was more or less in line. But rook h8 and then g5 bishop g8, I'm not in line with
You would
this.
think rook h8 was played to play hg bishop g8, right? To challenge that file. But
Now,
it's
if it
played
was
to defend
black's
the
move,
h6 square because he doesn't want to trade. That's why he played it in this case.
if it's black's move, he might play hg now. So white has kind of a, let's say, a tasty coconut choice here between gf and rook g2 and the brutalistic g6. Oh, I gotta see Nepo's language here, dude. What are you doing, Nepo? Jeez Louise, dude.
Problem for Farouk is like honestly both look like good options. So he's gonna spend time figuring out which one to choose.
Yeah. And they're so different. It's so hard to make those choices.
Yeah,
let's
actually,
just
this is
say
one
the
of the
obvious-
hardest choices. Yeah, do I break through now or save it for later?
The chump GM definitely wants g6 because I love being up a rook. I mean, hey, being up a rook, how can you complain?
Name a
You
more
know?
iconic single thing to be.
And I can bring like my king to e2 to support the d3 square. It's pretty, If you imagine that, like, even I get the c3 break though, it's just one break. If you actually think about it, you're like, okay, this is the way I think Nepo could say it. He's like, okay, c3, whenever you do it, I'm just gonna take. Oh, he does. He takes the dynamic choices, my friend.
Yeah.
Right? I think I get it
Yeah.
actually. What the Nepo could say is that on c3, I'm just going to take on c3 and say there's actually no future break after that. Nothing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're just sitting there defending the b3 pawn and you don't have any juice.
Yeah, really might have been, what changed or what affected his decision. But now you go.
Ooh,
take
h5. He's going to put your rook on g6. Bruce, you called it, buddy.
No, Holly
He's gonna play rook
gave us
g6.
this. Holly gave us
Nice.
this, but I think this
Okay.
is killer. Killer, Holly.
Hero is cooking today. He's a real chef. All that French cuisine.
This is cold, dude. Put all the pawns on light squares, bring that rook and just sink it.
Yeah.
Taste me now, buddy. Yeah.
Slide it to
Oh, he's
G6.
making a face now. Yep. That Phoenix better be smoking on your business here. Dang.
And go Firo.
Will Nepo play bishop f7 and take the rook? Yes. Because if you don't take the rook, it's there anyway, and then white takes your h6 and f6 pawns for nothing. There's no counterplay. So yeah, he takes it and prays.
But is white in any rush here? Like let's say bishop f7, rook ff2.
But we don't want to trade a pair of rooks.
Right. You don't want to trade a pair of rooks in advance of sacking a rook.
But here's my argument. If we
Yeah.
do trade a pair of rooks,
Yeah.
then black's rook is stuck on h8, and it's going to be hard for black to fight for the g file.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you calculate precisely and like black's not getting queen to f8 and rook g8 in time, then you could consider doing that. And he played bishop.
But one
f8.
of his rooks has have to babysit h6 anyway.
No, if
The
black
babysitting.
if black could put the queen on f8 and trade the second rook on the g file, that would have some hope.
So you guys are thinking rook g2 right now.
Yeah, rook g2, rook g6, yeah. And then when bishop g6 happens, I'm pretty sure it's going to be fg.
Right.
Yeah. But I would play rook g2 quickly, because even if you want to go rook f2, play rook g2 quickly.
Unfortunately, quickly is not something he does.
No, yeah. No, it's a lot of pressure, but
And I'm torn here. I guess I want to believe that this is strategically winning for white. Yeah, it looks really hard to deal with because I think like this just schematically, we put the rook on g6, fg happens. I move my queen to like g3, put the rook on f5, redouble on the f pawn. Oh, buddy. And if you ever give me h6, it's gone. Yeah, my pawns are rolling, buddy. So that rook has to sit on h8. Rook g2 happened. Nice.
Rook g2. Rook g8 quickly, and Nepo's like, all right, boss, give it to me.
Rook g6, here it comes. Firouzja's not the kind of dude to look into a guy's soul after he plays rook g6. But, you know, we know that Nepo would look. He would give him a little look like, what do you do now, little pancake? I just came up with that little pancake thing. I
little
kind of
pancake,
like.
that's great.
Yeah. What do you do now, little pancake?
Oh, look at David with the OVS skills. Brilliant.
Twitch.
All right, we got move number, folks. We got everything on this stream.
Oh. I got a little tattoo on myself. Look at that. How did that happen? I don't even know. I know actually when I do my game analysis in the morning, I use a black pen and a blue pen. So it had to have been from that period in my life history with the blue and the black tattoo. Ali Reza, it's an intuitive sacrifice, buddy. You
Here it
play
goes.
it.
Oh, it's on the
There
board.
you go, buddy.
Welcome to the dojo.
Hallie.
And
Okay, now
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys, your instinct was FG.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hey, definitely FG.
he FG'd him.
He did?
Mhm.
Oh my goodness. That was just, even that was not clear to me which way he was going to take.
And one bummer for black is, okay, so he played rook e8. And like I said, I think there might be another way, but I like queen g3 followed by rook f5.
How about king h2, king g3? Cover the squares from black's queen.
Rook g6.
I thought he would go HG so that he could just kill the H6 pawn eventually.
No,
Oh.
boss. No, 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 no.
Yeah, come
We
on,
need
David.
that h5 pawn to march down after we kill the
After
h6.
we kill the pawn.
Yeah.
So you have to bind black and then put your queen on C1 or something? What?
By the way, Nepo's moving quickly now, and it feels like his impulsive side when he does that to me.
Yeah, I think he doesn't like his position, and he's just like, well, might as well play fast, put pressure on Firouzja.
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think it's practical. He's like, there's not especially some brilliant defense I'm going to find, so I'll just let Firouzja feel some pressure.
I mean, the nice thing for me, though, as white is if I achieve queen g3, rook f5, you're going to sleep, hon. You're going to sleep, hon.
Well, I mean, if he's just lost, then it also doesn't matter if he thinks, right? I mean,
Okay, I should. Now, I just want to say that's just one setup, and one thing that Fallujah could spend a lot of time thinking about. By the way, he's got 6 moves to make. He'll make it. Is if Queen G3, Rook F5, and I go back to say Queen F3, Black can hope to hold the F6 pawn and the H6 pawn. Maybe.
Yeah, queen on G7, rook on E6, and the other one going back and forth between F8 and H8. Yeah.
Because I could put the bishop on H4 too.
Yep.
But one thing about that is then my queen can go peekaboo on the light squares. Like I could go move the rook back and play for queen G4 once that happens. I just wanted to, me putting rook F5, by the way, is a little bit, what do you want to call it? Like just a psychologically comforting move, because then I don't have to worry about you playing F5 at all.
Queen G3 is interesting because if Black goes Rook E6, don't we have the immediate like G7 and
Good
Bishop
question.
H6?
And maybe we do, maybe we don't. But that's one thing he's going to have to worry about. Yeah. So on Queen G3, maybe just Queen G7 from Black. But then I
Yeah.
could start my peekaboo with Queen G4.
Mm.
Yeah, it's pure pain. It is pure pain. Now, like maybe like the computer could hold this thing, but it's going to be pain. One thing we can say maybe about Black's position is since the weaknesses are close together, like let's say he's got 3 weaknesses, H6, F6, and the G past G pawn, right? They're all localized. So like the queen on G7 could conceivably, hold it through passive fortress-like defense.
Yeah, there's no maneuvering to stretch the defenses there really, or not much.
Right. And even if we ever play C3, like whenever I see that, I'm just like DC, Bishop C3, and then what? What do we do after that,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh,
Why can't Alireza take on F6? Chat asks. Probably because of Rook H F8. Also Queen G4 check.
Just
Sorry.
queen
Just
Queen
Queen
G4
G4
first.
check.
That's the problem.
And
He
taking
can't
H5
go to the F file.
and checking the king forever, and he can't cross because of that. Yeah.
But that's another, just to have that threat, you could play King H2 if you wanted.
Yeah, that's why I wanted King H2 because
I'm sure King
feel like
H2
it's
is
useful.
playable here. I'm sure
Mhm.
it's a thing. And the other thing is, even if we got the queens off, if our king got to F5, that could be really unpleasant too.
I'm going to do a quick peek
Yeah.
at another board, okay? So Naka played knight c6, bishop c3, knight e5. That's something that we wondered about, right? Takes.
Yeah, we just felt that white was at least okay there.
We looked at knight e5, rook e5, knight g4, but instead of that, Vidit played knight takes d5, opening up the discovered attack on the bishop on e5. So he's trying to go up a pawn here.
Ooh.
Just with a very, short, direct tactic here.
Ooh. This looks a lot of stuff hanging on that F6 square. This looks like a problem, honestly.
Instinctively doesn't seem like Hikaru would have the juice to disrupt this tactic somehow.
Well, also black is down a pawn.
Well, that's the point of this move, is for white to win a pawn.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He's got problems and he's up a pawn.
Yeah.
Naka's blown it, dude. We saw this forever ago. This was not. Oh, Naka, buddy.
Perugia, Bishop E1. Oh.
He played Bishop E1.
Oh, so he's trying to get that bishop to F6 ASAP.
Dang.
Yeah. Hey, welcome Raiders. If you don't know what this is and can't tell what it is and can't read but are just listening, it is 2024 FIDE Candidates Watch Party, aka live coverage, watching the games of this intense tournament. Welcome, and we hope you'll enjoy.
Hello. Thank you for the raid, Atusa.
So one thing about Bishop E1 is that your bishop, it's taking 2 tempi to hit a weakness when it was already hitting a weakness. So it's a little bit like, okay, so rook e6 was played, bishop h4, and then we're gonna get some kind of defense of f6, probably rook f8, and then I don't see it immediately, my dear friends. I'm watching the live.
Maybe something like queen g4, because you can't go queen g7. Like I'm tying you to the rook on e6. And I'm trying to disrupt you with the g7, rook g8, and then I take on f6 kind of situation.
But you're not going to be able. Well, g7 will always, he'll always be able to sack it back once you play that.
Yeah. I don't know for sure.
I like this queen g4. I guess my follow-up would be like king h2 and then try to go g7, rook g1, queen g6.
Yeah, something like that, or rook g6.
Or bring the rook in,
Yeah.
Okay, Nepo, rook f8.
Yeah. Seemed forced, but he spent like a minute
Yeah,
appreciating
he's
what's
doing his
Veruja up
impulsive
to,
thing, dude.
But he's going
This is
super
why
fast.
dude is not the world champion. It's because he plays impulsive moves.
Yeah.
This is time to calculate, my dearest friend.
King g4. He's in Farouja's territory now. Yeah, guys.
Yeah, now you're in Farouja's territory, buddy. Queen g4.
Yeah.
Now you play my game.
By the way, I mean, this is super intense, folks, on all boards right now. We just can't keep up with it at this moment. It seems like Naka is in a deep think after probably losing a pawn to Vidit here in this game, and he's going to have to dig deep. I don't think he's got a way to beat these tactics. We haven't calculated it intensely. It's just the sense of how many things are dangling for both players. So he's going to have to dig deep and figure out, how do I still fight for a draw here, right? If I'm going to be down this A pawn, like what's my scenario to keep fighting this game? Gukesh versus Prague, I think, is still building. This game's still building. Just a pleasant positional squeeze by Gukesh so far. A very, very small advantage throughout. That's my guess. Jesse might think it's still just equal.
Like, I just black at some point is going to play f6 there, boss. And then what do we got?
And our fourth board, we've got rook b5, knight e5 played, bishop takes e5, rook's doubling. Here comes the action, Fabi making his move. But he's got lots of pawns hanging, and Abbasov has this idea of bishop g3 to defend the second rank. So there's still some kind of magic sauce to come.
Yeah, and White's king on f3 doesn't feel safe with
No.
bishop on g3.
There could be some attacking with g5 and some light squared bishop maneuver somewhere maybe.
I think Fabi's full of it here, dude. Just take the pawn, Abbasov, on c5, buddy. Rook d2. I got bishop g3. You got nothing, bud. Maybe I might end up eating those words, actually, but
Yeah, I don't know, bishop d7.
yeah, but like bishop d7, you're right, dude. Maybe there's something. Oh, it's spicy, all right.
I'd be scared. There's enough firepower. The opposite colored bishops draw us in the end game, accelerate mating attacks in the middle game. This position is kind of an end game, but Fabi's playing for a mating attack, so.
The other obvious question is just rook takes b7. Woo, this is hot, dude. This is hot.
Yeah.
And now we got Kostya's king h2 move. Just a simple building move, and now that allows us, if we need to play rook g1, and that means that you, Black, have to really start worrying about g7.
Python.
But he's got to move here. He's got to move here. He can defend the rook, so it's going to be g7 next move or queen g7 blockading, right? Like if Black plays rook d6 or king d6, then it's the moment where you have to go or not. Alireza's not currently in any danger of losing Lakinther. To lose, he would have to do something he thinks is winning, and he's miscalculated.
Yeah, honestly, he could just go back and forth forever here. There's nothing ever gonna, if he wants a draw, it's just gonna go back and forth.
But he's gonna go for it, so he might.
This is where dude needs
Yeah.
to think. This is like Jan needs to spend 10 minutes and realize he has to calculate the G7 thing hardcore. Hardcore. And Ali Reza's got 4 minutes left, bows. Oof. And it's not like you get instant relief at move 40. You just get like 15 extra minutes. It's not like back in the day, you got another hour.
They get half an hour.
They get half an hour. Okay. Oh, buddy. It's so fun that I guess Bobby's H6 was it's looking like, oh, H6, baby.
For no useful.
Surely he was looking very deeply into it,
So, David, you think Rook D6 or King D6 are the candidate moves here?
Yes. Well, because as black, I'd like to threaten Queen G7 and try and hold things together.
Yeah.
And Jan has tons of time. He's still got 35 minutes here, plus the 30 he's going to get. So he's got a lot of time that he's been choosing not to invest up till now.
Rook D6 would make more sense because then the rook can maybe come back to D7 to hit the G pawn.
Yeah.
Because if King D6, I would think G7 for white, Rook G1, and then Queen G6. Take on H6, going back to G6, H6, H7. GG.
Sorry, show me that again, Kostya.
So if King D6, then I don't see how black deals with G7 and Rook G1.
Okay.
So I was saying so that suggests Rook D6 to me, so that you could at least go Rook D7.
So I would think that black would play Rook G8 blocking the pawn, and then after you defend it,
Queen
play
F7.
Queen F7 to stop Queen G6.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't see how white proceeds from here.
Okay.
I got a dumb question though, Mr. Bruce. On Queen G4, move 37, dude played Queen E7. Okay, maybe I get it because G7 is the threat. I get it. So Queen E7, that defends against the immediate G7.
Yeah.
King H2 instigates the threat again.
Right.
And now we need to either move the rook or the king.
Yeah.
Personally, I would like King D6 if I could, just so that when I play Queen G7, I can also have King E7 to just batten down the hatches.
Filet gefilte fish. You know the program. You know the drill. Instead of buying a beginner-friendly book of King's Indian defense games, your friend should just spar Kostya's King's Indian sparring positions, generate their own database of beginner-friendly King's Indian defense games played by a beginner, and then improve on themselves.
King D6 played. I'm a genius.
What's played?
Nice.
King D6.
King D6. Yeah, here's the plan. Use code candidates to get 20% off your first month or year of the Dojo training program. You sign up for the program, you get access to all of our courses, including my King's Indian course. Among others, we got aggressive repertoire for white, French thing, all kinds of stuff, more being added soon. And then you got your sparring positions, you got your exercises, you got your model games. Yeah. And you get like the full training program. I mean, the opening stuff is just like, we just threw in some content on top of everything. The training program is the real sauce.
Yeah. And Kostya, I just
But
finished.
do what you like.
I just finished the exercises.
Who'd you like?
Oh, nice.
I just finished the exercises on Thursday, I think. So I'm getting there.
Nice. Yeah, yeah. I was watching you solve some on stream. It looked fun.
It was fun. Yeah.
Ali Reza is looking a little discouraged after King D6. And Rook F5, my comfort move, he plays there. I don't. Okay, here's the grief for White. Like after Queen G7,
Mm-hmm.
what does White do?
Yeah, that's tough. I think he's just trying to make it to the time control right now and then figure it out. But yeah, I'm struggling to find the breakthrough.
Yeah, Holly, I'm not looking at his board, but I assume Naka is down a clean pawn. That's what it looked like was going to happen over there.
I also don't have a sense of like what Rook F5 at this moment actually does.
Not too much. I mean, it doesn't seem to threaten G7
Right.
or anything truly.
Queen G7 was played.
Jan adopts the blockade position. He had something in mind. He played Queen F3 quickly.
Well, I think what Coach is saying might be true. Just, we'll get to time pressure now. That was his last move of time pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And then he can, figure it out a little bit later. One crazy idea I've been toying with, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
is if the Black Queen truly gets ensconced on G7,
Mm-hmm.
we can play for Queen D1 and Queen B1 and B4, Queen B3. Now, that would require the black pieces to really be in Azkaban over there, and they arguably they are. So, anyways, that's a little fanciful, but I just wanted to throw it out there as an idea. Because if you imagine our queen coming in to B3 at this point, oh, then black, even then maybe black isn't totally host because it's just one nasty queen bouncing around.
Yeah.
Black plays King C7 and says, bows, I got nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
Dang, not even using the king to defend.
Yeah. Chump GMs would just play King E7. He's like, I got it covered, dude. This is called a fortress.
Nepo looks way more comfortable than he did
Yeah.
a couple moves ago.
I think Ali Reza might have missed a little chancy here. I didn't like the bishop E1, bishop H4. This is what happens though, and you got no time. You got no time to figure it out, dude.
Yeah.
So he made time control. That was move 40. Over here, should we see if anybody else is still scrambling for 40?
Yeah, what's going on?
Probably going to be a little bit of a thinkaroo here. The
Fabi's
game was
pretty
far
sharp.
from move 40. We had a few basic moves played. Rook takes b7. Nijat was picking which pawn to take. Fabi... Oh, and the choice that he made of the b pawn, it stops that bishop to c6 maneuver that we talked about.
Exactly.
Probably.
Right.
And Fabi just holds on to the a pawn there. Interesting. White c1 rook, miserable at the moment. Fabi down a pawn in the endgame for the attack.
This could be really risky.
Wait, what's really risky?
What Fabi's doing, because I mean he's kind of sacrificing.
Is he really though? I'm gonna win the a pawn whenever I want?
Yeah. I didn't even finish my sentence because he's taking on a5 and he's pretty safe. Then black feels like black has the better chances.
Yeah.
So white's
And
king.
a6 is, I think the point is that if Fabi had played rook a5 immediately, then the Tausch machine could come to the party with rook b5.
Boom. Tausch this.
So if that's true, and white doesn't have anything cool here, so he just played rook c7. We're now anticipating rook a5. Maybe the Tausch machine has a little dirty trick in mind, though. He could play, if rook a5 now, he could play bishop d6 and say, you know what, buddy? We could go back and forth if you want.
I don't think he has that square,
Bishop
Jesse,
where?
if I heard you correctly. Bishop
So-
d6?
So if rook takes a5 from Fabi now,
Yeah.
then bishop d6.
It was covered.
By the rook on d2.
Oh, geez, cry. It's been a long day. Can't do that. Don't do that, buddy.
No.
However, a mildly similar thing will happen. It's not quite similar, but on rook a5, then Abbasov could be like, well, I'm just going to sit here on c7. And we're going to claim that you can't mate me because I got these extra pawns, bows. I got these extra pawns.
Yeah, I mean, he did take on a5.
Yeah.
Now he's got the more active pieces and outside passer. So,
But you see what I'm saying? Like, let's say white plays bishop f4, just as an example, intending g4.
right.
There's many other moves. I'm just saying, like, how does black do something? I don't think bishop f4 is a good move, but you see what I'm saying, right? Like, white can do any number of things, and like, what would be black's next move? Because his rook on a5 is kind of in prison.
So, I mean, this move, you would maybe bring your rook back to a2 to force the bishop back. But then you have the c5 pawn to worry about still. Huh?
Exactly, right.
Okay.
And black needs to find a clever way for the bishop on f5 to mess with the white king. That's obvious. But it's not obvious how he does it.
Yeah.
So h4, that makes sense to me.
Interesting. Okay. Live position h4 played. These guys have about 10 more moves to make. It's a time control. It's a lot. Let's see if Gukesh and Naka are there. Gukesh and Prague, they've got a couple more moves. Let's see. Rook b2, rook d8, king h2, and finally Prague makes his first threat of the game. He attacks the pawn on d3. Yeah, he looks like he's acquitting himself okay here in the defense. 8 more moves to go. Some pressure on Prague on the board and on the clock, but he seems to be doing well.
Yeah, could easily heat up. I feel like there's a critical moment in Naka's game right now. Because my eyes don't deceive me. Vidit can munch on h6.
Oh, Kostya, give us the Naka cam.
Okay, yeah. Here comes the cam, as well as play-by-play.
Ay, ay, ay.
Oh, I think he just snapped on h6. Okay, here we go, folks. Here's the link.
13 minutes each, 7 moves to go. Nepo's speed means that the game with Firouzja had its time scramble for Firouzja half an hour before the other boards have their time scramble to make move 40.
So far, Naka's face isn't saying I'm toast. Oh, now he's getting a little head shake. Head shake. Uh-oh. Now he's coming to the realization. Slow. He's at some point he's going to be like, wait, I'm down 2 coconuts.
Yeah, but what was the intention? What did he think he
King
had?
G7 and F6 maybe, something like that.
G7. So there's maybe Queen D6.
How about let's just start. Does white have a threat right now?
Queen G4.
Is it Queen G4 or something?
Yeah.
He's up 2 pawns, so
I'm just trying to establish because it looks like maybe he has a threat, if you know what I mean, that he's got that big old thing in black's throat.
Well, if he's up 2 pawns and he has threats, then I would say that's very bad for Naka. Um,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Queen G4 is the main one. Because like if
Yeah.
if you didn't have a threat, then maybe I could play Rook C2, for example. But I don't
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a no go puedo.
Right. Rook c2, queen into g4, and we don't really know what we're doing. Wait, against queen g4, is there rook takes e5 as a defense, Jesse?
no, a queen c8.
No, Jesse wanted
That's
to
why
play
we
rook
played Rook
c2.
C2.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
That would be a cold-blooded maneuver right there, dude.
Defending g5, right?
Wow, dude. I was just messing around with Rook C2. Naka's not happy though. He's cursing himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that happens to chess players quite frequently.
He's like, this is not good content.
Yeah, losing is not good content. That's for sure.
Okay, so rook h6 on the board. Rook c2 looks possibly weirdly playable.
It feels like it feels so implausible. Rook C2. I mean, so implausible. There's so many little tricks that White could try to set up after that. And it feels just off sides too, you know. But I don't know what I don't know. I don't have an idea here for Black, honestly.
Okay.
Rook CD8 could also be a thought. So then Queen G4, Rook E5 is the same idea.
But there's also Rook D8, Rook D6. I guess then you could trade and take the A pawn at a minimum.
Yeah, you might live through that, but you might not, because my queen will slide to F6 and just start talking to all your nuts. Yeah, that was lost.
Yeah. Rook CD8, Knight D7, also a very confusing
No, that's the Prague Knight right
possibility. But yeah, everybody, the candidates must have some fear of that knight now.
Yeah. Prague Fallujah night.
Yeah.
Here he comes. Gotta move, buddy. Knock us down to almost a minute to move. He played Queen B2.
Queen B2. Okay. Hitting that knight on E5, preparing the defense of the G pawn. Ready the defenses.
But now Queen G4 will hit the rook on C8.
That's a simple one.
We have not readied the defenses.
You needed your
Naka,
active
what are you doing,
prophylaxis.
buddy?
Which idiot told you to ready the defenses?
Is it Queen G4 the end, bro?
Queen G4, F6, Rook F6. Queen G4, Queen F2, King F2. Queen G4, Rook C1, Queen G5.
Dude, Queen G4 is game.
Queen G4, Knight E6, Queen F5. Oof.
Forget about it. Dude,
Chat says that
Naka, buddy.
Chat says that Queen D7 is a banger / knockout as well. So maybe Vidit has to pick his flavor.
Queen B2 doesn't do anything. It's so funny because we were looking at all those tricks with Rook C2 and Queen B2. This doesn't address either of those moves, Queen D7 or Queen G4. He left the board, man. Naka's pissed. Oh, man. Not good content.
So Queen D7, similar to Queen G4, it makes a threat to the king, and if you take on E5, it's in contact with the rook. It looks good.
Yeah, I don't see an answer to Queen D7.
In answer to
By the
question,
way, my friends, I'm just going to call bullshit. And everybody knows this. Everybody knows this, but we're just going to call it right here. It is not true when Naka plays this game that he doesn't care. It is not true. Okay? He understands this is his best chance ever at the title. It's never happening again. He knows this. Give me a break. You don't care, buddy. But we knew this. We knew this. We knew that was all a game that you were playing with us, buddy.
Okay, so what's better between queen d7 and queen g4? Folks in chat, we're going to defend queen g4 with queen takes e5, which doesn't really scare me as white.
No, it doesn't.
Also, Jesse, to your point, sorry, to your point, it's like if your goal is content, then you should care. That's what makes good content. People caring about the result.
There's great content when the opponent cares and loses.
Yeah, what are you
anyway.
going to do for the rest of the next 30 years of your streaming life? You're going to talk about that one time you had a shot at the title, buddy? Come on.
I think he could do reaction videos to himself reading other people's comments about Reddit about watching old footage of the 2024 candidates tournament.
In my day, yeah, probably.
Dude, Queen G4 is the end. What are we talking about?
I think we're talking about queen d7 versus queen g4 and which one hurts more. That's what Vidit's mulling over.
Maybe queen d7, queen a2 is the intention.
Yeah.
I don't see another way to defend f7.
Bit of a defense. Yeah, then we slip back to f5 with that queen.
Right.
It's a great square.
Little slipping going on over there.
I think they both win. I think they're both killer. I don't know how he went from being up a pawn to also being inside black's king position.
You know what that G5 pawn is? That's the lion, buddy. That's the lion's. It's not a roar. It's more like a squeak at this point.
Yeah, well, you
That's
play
the lion's squeak right there.
You play G5, Jesse, and this is what you get. Rook comes into H6 eventually.
But he's hanging all his coconuts, dude. What are you doing?
Okay. I'm gonna lose the money I won off Gukesh yesterday.
Yeah. Well, did you
This is
bet
your
on him
brother
again
you're doing
today?
these bets with, too?
Yeah.
Did you bet on him again today? Because it looks like Prague's going to hold the draw, is my updated guess.
I bet it's about to move.
No. No one's betting against Gukesh anymore. You can't get action.
You couldn't even get any action?
No, Gukesh with white? No, you can't bet against Gukesh with white. Not in this tournament.
Yeah. Oh, man. Lei Ting Jie did not win her game today. That's
Queen
the end
d7.
of a heck of a streak.
Vidit is just as strong as our chat. Go Vidit.
Yeah. Oh, this is sick. So yesterday, Hikaru and Fabi traded places when Hikaru won. And now, like, Vidit and Hikaru trade places.
I don't know. I thought Vidit was like way behind. Does he catch up?
Vidit
Oh, Naka's doing the
was
head
at
shake.
-1, I guess, from losing yesterday. So he'll just go to even here.
There's not even a move for black. Yeah. No, this is like pure head shake.
Naka was kind of bluffing before. He knew his position was toast, but now after Queen D7, now he's doing the "My life is dead." Now he's doing "My life is dead" content.
Yeah, eval, mate in 7.
The eval is gonna
Sorry,
be how many moves to make.
M7. You can see I've used an engine at some point. Just like
M7.
M7.
Oh, Naka, I'm sorry, bro. That was a brutal tournament, man.
This tournament.
This round has been great, man. Holy moly.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh,
done yet.
Ali Reza drew the chump. Oh,
Yeah.
no. Jan escapes again.
Again and again. He just can't
Perugia.
lose.
He can't keep getting away with this. Oh man.
Good lord.
Perugia, that was your game.
Yeah. Now, Fabi's game, I guess we got to say in an abstract tone that we like black better, but it's not much
In which game?
in Fabi's game.
Fabi's game. H5 played. losing control of the dark squares, making it a little more blockadey, a little bit less of a mating net. I think we should be on Gukesh and Prague finally, guys. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, I'll watch Naka.
You watch Naka. Dude, poor guy, man.
was Jan supposed to try to win as black? Not necessarily, Holly, but it's amazing that he didn't lose. Just amazing.
Here, I'll just do the live replay of Naka. So if anyone's curious, it's just a lot of.
Oh man, he definitely. What's interesting, actually thinking back on a lot of the post game stuff, he likes to talk about gambling, and that the whole way he played for Rook C8, C5, and then when he B4 sacking the pawn on A5, that was all gambling, dude. That was just like thinking about it in terms of chances, and as the song says, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, buddy. Know when to walk away. Know when to run.
Yeah.
You can't be counting your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be time enough for counting when your world championship is done. I'm going to say something obvious. I go play these open tournaments, and it's just, especially here in like Baltimore, DC area, especially anywhere close to DC, we're talking like just Indian kids, dude. And I can't even keep track of them. There's so many talented young Indian kids, and they're all underrated. And it's like a wave. It is a true wave of Indian kids happening now. And what we're seeing, like, dude, at this tournament, we got 3 Indians putting in great results. And I feel it's like a sign of the future. It's going to be like, it's not hard for me to imagine that in 10 years, this candidates tournament is like all Indians or almost all Indians.
Mm-hmm. Like it could be like the USSR in the candidates.
Exactly, dude. Yeah, could be USSR
40, 50
style.
years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Where there would be like one person not from India.
And the thing, when you compare it to the USSR, right, you had like this population that was almost all playing chess. And so you were able to bring the top talent to the very fore and of course, then too was a much bigger place. They had all the satellite states with Armenia and Ukraine and so on and so on. But India is just still much bigger in terms of population compared to the Soviet Union, dude. Much bigger. Also, India is now booming economically for the first time in my lifetime, right? Where it's suddenly, going to be an economic powerhouse.
I guess
so. It's like everything's coming together for him.
I guess Prague's going to put the knight on e5, shield the d6 pawn.
I told you this like probably 2 hours ago that he was going to play f6, dog.
Would be equal.
No one believed me. You were like, Gukesh has the advantage.
I think Gukesh had the advantage.
To me, this position looks totally like all the ones before it, dude.
Okay.
This one's going to be a draw. Nice, getting ready to read.
Queen Nakamura move. Queen b3, I think.
Yeah, you're right. So now Queen f5?
Yeah, we were saying Queen a2, Queen f5.
Mm-hmm.
Queen f5 looks pretty toasty. But it's reaching, Naka sighing. It's still reaching.
Parallel Pringle thinks there was a defense for Naka here, so we're just going to show that real quick. Knight e2, rook e2, queen c1 to defend the rook over here, king h2, rook takes e5 with queen f4 to come. Wow.
Dude, get parallel Pringle into the candidates right now.
Because queen f4, there's g3, queen f2. If the king goes back, there's back rank mate. Was Naka winning this whole time and didn't find it? Hang on. That doesn't seem likely. Rook e5. And if we trade on c8, then we can't defend the rook on e5 after queen c7.
Well, there's f4. Very end.
Oh, f4 gf, yeah.
Maybe the best chance, though.
Oh, Friedel just thought of a sick move, though. Rook f6 to stop queen f4.
There you go, buddy.
Introducing one more threat in a position already creaking under the weight of things that are not or barely defended.
Yeah.
Ay, 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 Friedel. Sending them to the Friedhof.
Okay, Naka went knight g6, but now this looks
Okay, live position.
beyond over.
It already looked, my friend. It already looked.
But now it just looks
So
like
he's
real.
allowing rook takes g6. He's allowing...
Yeah, just like mopping everything up.
Ay, ay.
Dude, yeah, that body bag is zipped and packed. He might even resign before Vidit makes his move. Like it just looks. Oh,
Yeah, so
man.
one of the most exciting rounds, but I think only one decisive result. Gukesh Prague definitely feels like a draw. And Fabi, dude, I don't think he's got the juice here. No juice. The Tausch machine is just gonna sit, dude. It's just gonna sit.
Takes. Takes.
Yeah, rook g6 on the board.
Good
Resign.
night.
That's it.
Dang.
That's it. Vidit killer.
Dang. Another one bites the dust. And that's the thing about how Nepo wins the tournament partly. These other people, like, they all lose occasionally.
Yeah, dude, Nepo doesn't lose, man.
Nepo don't lose.
I mean, he looked like he was getting killed worse than anybody today. Same with the Prague round, right? Like, if you were like, if you just looked at the positions, you didn't know who was playing nothing, and you were asked at, move 15, 20, which board was most likely to get beaten, you would have picked him both of those rounds. It's really...
The position
Really
has
interesting.
changed in Gukesh Prague
Okay, let's see it.
since we last saw.
Rook b3, trying to play queen b2. Knight e5, playing the move I said. Sheltering the d6 pawn. Queen b2, looking to work the b file. Now he trades off the knight. And prepares rook d7 to cover his side. Yeah, it's just equal. Prague's completely defended. Bravo.
Well, that means Gukesh will still be tied.
Yep. Yep. Man, Prague's good.
So tomorrow, my friends, I'll read it off. We got Naka against Abasov, Caruana against Firouzja, Nepo against Gukesh. Oh, buddy. Nepo
Aye.
Gukesh tomorrow, bud. And Prague Vidit.
He's gonna take the kid to school.
Yeah.
Soviet chess school.
Well, we will see. Maybe Indian chess school, something for say.
Nepo will have white parallel Pringle. Nepo will have white tomorrow against Gukesh.
Yeah. Yeah, a special bummer for Naka if he hadn't lost, even drawn this game. He gets a boss off tomorrow, Oof.
Why are people saying Naka's game today was I don't think it was an embarrassing game. The first one was pretty bad against Vida, but today I don't
Yeah,
think.
I don't know. This is a collapse. He had a
I
beautiful
think
position.
he was no, he's trying hard to win,
He was
and
trying hard
By
to
the way,
win.
he lost both games to Vida, dude.
yeah.
Both games. He's his client.
Well, in this tournament, yeah, that's what makes Canada so brutal. It's like anyone can knock you out, even if they're not playing for first anymore. They can still just take you out.
Oh, boss, I was trying to do the
Oh,
Tausch
Jan's
machine.
okay. I misunderstood. Yeah, I don't think the way Jan performed was embarrassing. I think World Chess Championships are super stressful. And then the first one, he played this guy, Magnus Carlsen,
Yeah.
who I don't know if people know, but he's so good, he doesn't even play this tournament anymore. That's how good he is. Not interested.
Yeah.
And then the second one against Ding, I mean, I don't know. I think Nepo held himself fine. It's just, it's very stressful. It's big
That
nerves.
either way.
It doesn't look like Fabi's winning.
No, no, not at all. I think Tausch machine has held his own. And even in this position, if he just plays like King D3 or something, I don't know what Fabi has.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the match between Nepo and Ding was pretty balanced. The match against Carlsen, he got outplayed, which can happen to.
Well, I'm going to say something obvious, you guys. Here, I have a proposal for you people. So tomorrow, Nepo's playing Gukesh, and maybe we should change it up and just like we could look at the other games now and then, but like we should dial it in just to that one game. And if we could come up with a little bot that has like our dojo eval,
Mm-hmm.
I just have this dream of like we each get our own little eval, and then there's a dojo eval,
Mm-hmm.
and so there
Yeah.
would be variance there, and like Hammer said, we could have a spiciness indicator. That might be kind of hard to create on the fly, but something like that,
Yeah.
and to just go all in on that game.
Yeah, I mean,
Because I think this our stats guy, I'm pretty sure will say someone wins that game. Oh, that's gonna be big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, everybody else he doesn't even have a plus score at this point. It's just Gukesh and Jan at +2. Everybody else is even.
But if Prague draws, he's still
Oh,
plus
good
one.
point. Good point. Yeah. I'm just looking at the standings as they are, but that's still going up. So yeah, Prague at +1. There you go.
All right, so we got the C pawns coming off the board shortly, it looks like. Yes? Nope.
That Tausch machine's just gonna sit there, buddy.
You guys see the idea for the specialized dojo themed eval bar?
Oh yeah, this Fabi game might end very soon if they trade bishops. Because Rook C5 is played on the board.
Oh, Rook C5. Yikes.
That's the ultimate Tausch machine to move right there, buddy.
Forsaking even the opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, but Fabi, he could still keep the bishop. I could
Yeah,
see
you
him
can play
going.
Bishop B5, Bishop F7, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like he will.
Oh yeah,
Oh, 20 seconds though. He has to make a move.
he's gonna play on. Come on. Don't lose on time, Fabi.
Move, Fabi, move. Just move the bishop.
Just do it, buddy.
This clock's still ticking.
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh, he
Bishop
did it
F7.
with 5 seconds left.
He made it. Jeez. Oh yeah, H5 was hanging.
Yeah.
Ooh, I think this is gonna be a long game. I think Fabi's gonna take this to midnight. He's got this 8 pawn. There's no way
It's
for
already
white to.
midnight.
But look,
clarify.
well, White can play Tausch machine. I'll tell you what Tausch machine is going to play, buddy. He's going to play Rook C7 and say, "Welcome to my Tausch."
Welcome to the machine.
Okay, but Rook C7, I trade once, Rook C7, King G6.
Yeah, that ain't nothing, honey.
Wait, what are you
That
saying,
ain't,
Kostya? Rook C7?
Yeah,
yeah.
trade once and King G6.
Just try to imagine how you could ever win if I played Rook A7 there. Just put it into your imagination bucket, you know?
Yeah.
Well,
God.
Jesse wants a picture.
you start with Rook A2.
Hmm.
Beautiful.
I can hope.
And then you hope.
Actually, Rook C7 may be mildly problematic with because of the Rook G4 check. Yeah. So Rook C7, the Tausch Machina, that would probably be an inaccuracy.
Uh,
But long-term Rook C7 cannot be stopped. So we could play like Bishop F4 followed by whatever, maybe F3 and then Rook C7. That's just completely drawn. Completely over.
yeah.
Oh, Alireza made a tweet? All right, I'll check. I'll check Twitter. That's fast.
Kostya needs a lot of convincing. Needs a lot of convincing to go on social media.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Drama.
What
Uh-oh.
happened?
They went after him for his shoes, making noise on the wooden floor.
I bet they did make noise too.
All right, I'll read the tweet for everyone. There's like three parts to it. He tweeted and then he quote tweeted himself. Okay, here we go. Shameful action by the chief arbiter Margettis towards me during the game. Middle of the game in the most intense moment when I was walking during Yan move, chief arbiter came to me and told me to not walk anymore because my shoe is making noise on the wooden floor. 1 out of 2. He told me to not walk and bring new shoes for tomorrow, but I have the formal shoe that is approved and I'm wearing it for more than 1 year. This was a big distraction for me during the game, and I completely lost my focus. I told one of the organizer this arbiter needs to be punished. 2 out of 3. Honestly, all these unprofessional things are happening to me in almost every tournament, and really it's taking me to a point of exhaustion.
Exhaustion. Yeah. He's so exhausted he can't. He spelled it exhaustion.
Man,
Yeah,
so
that was exclusion.
so he could have won the game if he walked away from the board, but the arbiter forced him to sit at the board and look at his position, and that ruined his concentration.
Dude, I'm telling you, this whole fashion thing is not working out for him. It's literally causing people around him to be like, buddy, your shoes are too loud.
Yeah. The guy was
Dang, I
like,
can't believe they Anamayaed him. Unbelievable.
let's sit at the board in silence. Hey, you're messing with my concentration.
What was the Anamaya thing again, dude?
Anna Maya was like singled out at the World Rapid and Blitz for wearing these like fancy sneakers, and they said it didn't follow the dress code and then handed her $100 fine. Even though like Magnus was wearing sneakers, Nepo was everyone was wearing sneakers. Like just her alone was like targeted for it was a whole thing. Yeah, there was a hashtag justice for Anna Maya. I,
Ay,
I don't know, guys. I mean, it is distracting when the arbiter says something to you, but like
Sure.
at the same time, you just get back into the zone. You
Yeah.
just sit down, you get back into the
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels a little Magnus-y for me. You guys remember Magnus last year? He was like, I lost all my focus because my opponent was wearing a watch.
I
I
mean,
mean, I sympathize, but there's lots of distractions in a tournament hall. It's never dead silent. It's never like completely.
Those fancy shoes can make a little click, dude. I got it in my mind now. I've heard those fancy shoes are clicking. I don't live around people with fancy shoes, by the way, but one time I was at a fancy hotel and heard those fancy shoes, and I will tell you, they go click, 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 click.
yeah.
And it might not have, the arbiter might have had his hands tied because if somebody complains to the arbiter
Right.
and being like, I can't take the fancy click, 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 well, then he's going to feel bound to say something.
Yeah.
Right.
And then Ferrugia, he implied this thing like this keeps happening to him. I mean, I think he's referring to like that incident he had in Wycon Zay, where I don't remember exactly what happened, but they like asked him to move during his game,
They
which I
had
agree
him.
was not
They moved
good.
his final round game so that the other players who were already done could play the blitz tiebreak for the players tied for first.
Yeah, but that was like years ago. It's like, get over it. Come
Um,
on. Also, I remember hearing the organizers' side of the story, and it wasn't as bad as it was originally made out to be.
mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, if he's so concerned about how one person saying something distracted him, maybe he should be sensitive to the fact that his shoes could have been distracting someone else. And aren't these people like professional chess players? I mean, yes, we should give them good conditions, but they should have some ability to concentrate. Wouldn't that be one of the things they have?
I mean, think about it. Tausch Machina, he don't care, dude. He's just gonna trade. Tausch Machina gonna tausch. And that's what he's doing here. He didn't care about the click click. That's not gonna set him back. Oh, Tausch Machine is really gonna do it now, David.
Yeah.
He's really gonna do it now.
Oh,
It's unstoppable.
Rook and Rook and Rook.
Give me it all. This is my dream.
Okay, guys, I gotta go get ready for the recap, clearly.
You've got about 20 seconds left, Kostya. Fly, avocado, fly.
All right.
Oh,
See
God.
you all. See you guys
All right,
tomorrow.
bye.
Bye.
That's the full Tausch Machine.
Kostya out.
So he gets the avocado and you gave me like Boss Baby or something like
Yeah.
that?
And as Kostya would say, if you don't like it, you're welcome to host the stream yourself, Jesse. No, if you have a different request.
Oh, okay, so it's finally a draw. Poor Fabi, dude. Poor Fabi. This guy don't get any breaks, dude. Jeez, Melise.
Yeah. I can put anything you like as your little picture.
No, that's okay, buddy. That's okay. Well, I think the stream might be over. Let's go check finally in on that. Is the other game now done too with Prague? It looks like it's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's at 5 now. Okay. So
Draw. So that's it. Oh, thank goodness that Fabi didn't go another 2 hours in that opposite card bishop ending, Jesse.
dude, but the Tausch Machine, man, he put an end to Fabi's dreams right there, man. He brought his Tausch. Yep. So, all right, bud, that was great.
Yeah.
Do it again tomorrow. Yeah, let's focus. Let's focus on Jan Gukesh tomorrow, man. I think the Prague Vidit will be like the secondary one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can try the one game focus version over there, but yeah, I mean, normally I just want more and more and more chess, but it's been a lot of 3 a.m. nights in a row, so I'm fine with this game being a draw.
Yeah, dude, you went like I left last night and you kept going for a while, right?
Well, yeah, until the game ended.
Jeez, Melise, dude.
Yeah, and then people started asking all these questions.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Is that movie Walking Tall something I need to watch?
No.
No. Okay. Is there a movie I need to watch, dude?
No, there's nothing. You're fine.
There's no movie you think I should see?
Nothing.
Oh man, I haven't seen a good movie in a while, man.
Yeah. Oh, actually, okay. I saw a cool movie, and it's on, and at least it was on Netflix. You might have Netflix, and I think it was called Athena.
Athena, huh? Okay.
I could check if that's really what it's called. Oh yeah, it's that. That's it. Yeah.
Let me guess, dude. Let me guess, because all your favorite movies have something to do with like the underling giving it to the man. Is that the theme of this movie, dog?
No, not exactly.
Oh.
It's it's more thought-provoking and open-ended than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have to do subtitles though. That's a problem for these old eyes.
Yeah. Or you could learn French.
Well, I'm not gonna learn it tonight, Bows. I'm not gonna learn it tonight.
No. No, too late for that tonight. All right, so just what I'm picking up over here in this other section, folks, is that it looks like there were some draws for Lei and Goryachkina, but Tan, after losing yesterday, retakes the lead with a win with Black today. That'll be the key game from that round. And she had the struggling opponent Vaishali, who is now on maybe a 4-game or so losing streak. So Tan regains the lead. It was a 20-move game. I've got time for that. All right, folks, here's what it was. Okay, some fancy O'Kelly type Sicilian. C4 again. Don't understand it. B3. Knight G5. Looking for the punish. Develops the queen. Pushes the H pawn. Okay, so far, so just whatever. Finally, C4. F6. Trades. The knight retreats. Ah! The center pawn. What happened there? How long was the center pawn hanging? As soon as white played C4. Huh. Whoa. That was a choice of squares.
All right, boss, I'm out of here. That was great.
All right, Jesse.
Bye.
Have a good one. Moaning at the staff. What does that mean, Happy King? I like the movie Amores Perros as predicted by Cartier Tank, yeah. This was quite a choice of squares. Queen E3, right? Knight C2, check, blocks, and resigns because the rooks. Ay, ay, ay. Brutal. So this weird structure with the C pawn advancing and trading for the A pawn holds up for black once again. So what should white have been doing? Potentially developing this knight. So maybe a normal approach to this position would be, whoops, can I make a move here? All right, maybe trade here. Something like this might be a normal approach. And then, you know, maybe develop a piece could be a normal approach for black too. And then the position's about equal. Huh. Interesting. So the C4 move stands out as unusual. She's trying to generate some kind of pressure, but she doesn't have it. I imagine at the first instance, knight d4 is maybe protected by a move like queen c3. So technically she can hang her pawn without hanging it here. But then ultimately she pays for the fact that the pawn is just hanging and hanging and hanging, right? And the pressure is not there. This move didn't have that very it-like quality to it. Aye. Well, a solid bounce back for Tan. And that's round 9, folks. We'll be back tomorrow I don't think tomorrow's a rest day. I think Tuesday's a rest day. I believe we'll be back tomorrow with round 10 of the candidates. And it remains really close. But tomorrow, we're going to have Jan Nepomniachtchi with white against Gukesh. And the big question in advance of that game is, will Jan try to just trade everything off as white, hoover the board, and wait for a better opportunity? Or will he play more like he did against Ali Reza in the first half with white that game and try to end things right here and there with Gukesh? I predict the second. But I do think it is an open question, and we've got Ramirez Eduardo Alejandro Barajas predicting that he will go for a quick draw or equalization or petering out. So who knows? Who knows? Either way, we'll be there to watch it, right? All right. Take care, everybody. Enjoy your day or night, and be good to each other. We're going to try and send a raid somewhere, maybe, if there is such a thing. Imagine everybody who's covering this is going to be ending their coverage right now since all the games are done. So let's raid Jesse Feb. Now, we don't need to roast other people. We just need to do the best we can do at what we're trying to do.